Hello, welcome to stream, everybody. I have to look at something because, golly, that's good. Is it this? It's not that. I don't understand. Something is like beating the crap out of my Wi-Fi right now. I don't know what, and it could be me. That's the scary part. Not using teleport except between those on this one PC. All of that is coming from HDMI. That's the only thing really using teleport from a separate device, and that's over the internet. So let's see if this maybe fixes it. I'm gonna disable this completely. I'm just gonna close out of OBS on this. You're gonna see that right there and that over there if you're watching this on TikTok and Twitch disappear temporarily because something is busted, like badly. Let's see if that fixes it. Oh, here, let me close out of this too because there's a lot going on there. That's really eating up that much bandwidth, huh? Good gravy, man. That is so weird. It's continuously going down. So you guys can see me fine right now, right? Kind of, sort of, maybe. I thought that was a good idea, but apparently it was that was causing it. Like that was an instant fix. I've never seen it move that fast in the opposite direction, with the exception of when I actually got the settings to work the way they were supposed to. That even, holy crap, dude. What on earth? That should not be taking that much. Whoever developed OBS, the teleport plugin for OBS, dude, so on this one machine right here, right? I'm using it three ways, because I'm sending the face cam and I'm sending the, what was the other one? Oh, this right here. No, because that's HDMI. That goes to, no, yeah. This right here, the picture you see there, right? That is getting teleported, and stream and recording are separate. So those two are separate. It's legit two to one and then two, one and then two, right? It's being broadcasted to both. The only thing that I did to change the Wi-Fi and it working, and it's still going down, like the drop frame percentage on my screen right now is going down consecutively. The only thing I did was I closed out of OBS on my laptop and I stopped Opera. Opera has 4 tabs open, and every one of the tabs have like a list of stuff. That's essentially what I wanted to do today, was have Opera off to the side and to be able to do that. Let's see if it's just Opera, because I noticed it started going down after I closed Opera. I'm curious to see if I can like open Opera briefly. I'm gonna take a snapshot of it and stuff, and I'll just portray the image. I won't even use Opera. I'll close out of Opera completely, and then I'll just use the images as the list and stuff, because I was not expecting it to tank that much bandwidth. Like it destroyed the frames on stream. So let's see if it's Opera. 67.8, 67.6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so it's still going down. I'm looking at, yep, C6.5, 0.4, 0.3, 0.2. So it's not Opera. Opera is doing fine. 65. It's still going down. Frames are good. Give it a second. It took a second, like when I disconnected it. I'm sorry for the. This is supposed to be a D&D stream. It's supposed to be a continuance of yesterday. I'm gonna get into that in a moment. I just want to make sure like everything is good because, wow, that was a lot. Like even on the app, when I go to view the statistics for what I'm receiving device wise for my ISP, dude, it was like everything was streamlined, and then as soon as I close OBS and Opera, it does this, and then it plateaus up there. I'm like, okay, so it's either Opera or OBS, and I don't know which because I closed both like at the same time. It's still going down. Frames are still going down. Okay. I'm going to assume it's not Opera. I think it's going to be OBS that's causing this. Let's see if it breaks it again. This is me opening up OBS on my laptop just to see what would happen because I'm curious. Yeah, because I don't want it on right now. 60.8, 0.7, 0.6, 0.5. Because that source is active, it's active. So when I turn this on, OBS is going to start teleporting something from this to this. I'm about to figure out the hard way if it's really going to break it or not. It's still going down. Stream's holding strong. I think it's okay. I'm going to click this. Are we allergic? Doesn't look like it. Hang on. Let me... Are we good? 7.8, 7, 6. Okay, so I think it's okay. I minimize OBS and everything tanks. Is it really that busted right now? There it goes. It's improving. Frames are still going down. Oh, it went up briefly right there. Going up, up, down. So it doesn't like OBS. That's unfortunate. Why does that take so much bandwidth? That's kind of nuts. I didn't think one plugin could cause that much of a disturbance across internet. Like I play some heavy games. I play Warframe. I get that doesn't sound like heavy, but when you see the visual effects in there and like just the sheer amount of stuff you can do in that game, the internet should be fine from one plugin. For it to eat that much is kind of nuts. I know what not to use across different devices now, so golly. That thing eats. Anyway, now that problem solved. Problem solved ish kinda. I want to try this. I'm gonna try something. Okay, this is gonna be me disabling this because I don't want that source active anymore. I don't want to touch it. I don't want to deal with it. What I want to do is this. I want to try and teleport to just one OBS because it's from 1 to 1 instead of 1 to 2. So let's see if that fixes it. Kind of scared. I'm kind of scared about this. Not gonna lie. Kind of scared. I see 52.98. Give it a sec. 7, 6. This is so on stream. Oh, sorry. Hang on. This has got to go away. Sorry, TikTok users. Live stream wise, that list is not going to be present. You're not going to be able to see it. The only way you're going to be able to see it is if you're watching this on YouTube, and it's going to be up there, just above my face cam. It's the same orientation as on TikTok. So if you're interested in checking that out, head over to Orbs Vault. It'll be posted after stream. We got 6 hours to go. I want to see if this works. 51.3, I'm giving it its solid second. It's minute to fame. Let's see if it breaks something. I don't think it will. I'm going to minimize it. Is it when I minimize it that it becomes a problem? 50.87. Give it a second. 50.3, 50.4, 50.2. Okay. So it's kind of stabilized. Okay. I think we're good. I think we're good to start. Recap, quick recap. First off, sorry. Hi, welcome to stream, everybody. How you doing? My name's Orb. We're playing D&D. This is a direct continuance from yesterday. I wanted to get Chaos in today. It was gonna be epic. We were gonna have turns taken and all that fun jazz, and we would have like had her caught up. But something came up, plans were made, and the ability to stream together kind of fell apart. So I'm on my own again today. If you're interested in checking out her stuff, the link can be found down below. Yeah. Past talks, future talks, present talks. Past talks first. Recap of last stream. We essentially did 2 quests as a solo player. I'm the only player. I'm essentially using ChatGPT, that right there, as a lookup search engine type gist, combined with random chance encounter through a D100. So literally it just generates, all I'm doing is generating a list of encounters that I could find here. I roll a die and then I connect, mesh together everything, and it kind of works. Like I'm getting good at learning D&D with this method, and I'm learning a little bit about storytelling at the same time. Presently, my character just left a open area that was kind of tore apart. I'm in search of a caravan, a missing caravan lead, driver, person, right? They were caught in attack. I found a well along my path that gave me a premonition, a vision of what to expect later on. I eventually find this area and I go, hey, nobody's here. What the heck? I then turn around to leave said area because I don't know what happened to these guys, but clearly I need to report back. There's nothing more I can do here. There's no loot to obtain. There's nothing. Everything is in total wreckage. That's 5 carts to a caravan that are just everywhere. The ground looks old, looks like it's been charred, and I'm just leaving, walking back the way I came, back to the footpath. On my way back, because I didn't notice it the first time, I see a floating crystal of sorts, and it's emanating with some form of energy. I reach up, grab it, and that was successful. I placed it in my pouch, and I need to bring up my character sheet because I believe that's where we left off. We ran out of time as I was literally doing this, and apparently, is it this that does it? Yeah, it is. Okay. Okay, so let's do. Okay, so I'm gonna generate this crystal. I don't know why, but we've got a lot of people yelling for some reason. Also, please note that that right there is gonna be very delayed, so bear with me. I can float. Yeah, I like it. You're blue. Are you in my stream right now? Is that what's happening? What is going on? I don't think he's in my stream right now. That was very jarring. What was that called? Uh, Oh, oops. Yes. Nocturne Levitation Crystal is the name of this. I'm gonna keep it Nocturne Ascended Crystal just because it looks good. I go and grab it. That's successful. Before we continue with this, because it's got a lot it's got to get through before it's really done. I'm going to go ahead and talk a little bit future. Next week, we'll be streaming nothing but Warframe, 4 p.m. through 10 p.m. most of the days. We're also going to have a lot of stuff going on in said game. Let's make sure this is actually functioning. It is. It is. It is being rough, though, doing so. That's fine. What is going on? I don't care. It's okay. But yeah, I'm gonna have a bunch of friends with me, and we're gonna be grinding out some Atramentum stuff for the Nightmare stuff, as well as a lot of Nightwave. We got a lot to do on Warframe, so as well as Soulframe and a whole bunch of other stuff. But we're gonna get to those in weeks to come. Preludes 14 is out too, so if you're paying attention to Soulframe live streams, go get your Preludes code and pick stuff up, and yeah, have fun with it. I need to do this. Do this. It's disabled, so it doesn't matter. Okay, good. That'd be. They might continue yelling. I have no idea what that is. Gonna be obnoxious, kind of. Let's go ahead and do this. Okay, getting back to this because we're way off, way off. Oh, the crystal floats too. On. Okay. Okay. So I don't have that status. Wow. Okay, so I don't have that status on that. So something new. Okay. So right now it has this effect to it. Oh. Okay. So I did not know that was a word. Okay. So I don't know any of that just yet, but we're gonna figure it out. This is what I'm after right here. Cool. I don't know any of this yet either, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna pretend like I don't know either of these pieces of information, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to this list here. Okay, good. Boom. We obtain this crystal. Wrong mouse. Sorry. I don't think this is this land? I don't think this is land. If that's land, it's not land. I think it's decor. Which one is it? Not event. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Oh, it looks like it is that one. That's crazy. Okay. Good. So here we are. Boom. This I know has a crystal in tow. I move away from the caravan site and I travel north because I came from the south and I don't want to. I remember recalling. Do I recall that? Can I recall something? How do I recall something? So yeah, I think that would be a 5. So recalling the displacer beasts I encountered towards the south across the mountain hunting their prey, I choose to go right instead of left because that's the smart thing to do. It wouldn't be very smart to, go that way. So we continue going north. Let's go ahead and just. Look at that. Doop, 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 doop. I want to make a new rule now. New rule. Because I recognize that I have very much so messed up. Each square, each pixel you see here is supposed to be 6 feet. These houses are pretty big. They're kind of big. And then you have mini houses all throughout. I can't go smaller. I can go smaller, but for representation's sake, it makes sense to have big houses, the way they are, and the small house is just not there because clutter, right? For visual representation betterment in that sense, the squares are 6 feet. So what I want to manage is my encounter rate. How often do I find myself in a fight? How often do I see myself, I don't know, coming across a random person? It is supposed to be a eventful campaign, and I don't want to have to hold a button the entire time because that's just boring. So I want to spice things up, and I think it'd be best if I did this. So I'm gonna boom, generate new chat. Okay. There we go. Thank you. Hello. Okay. There's a whole lot I am like happy about with this. Very, very happy with this. So the way I've been doing it so far is after a little while at every intersection or like midway up the road, right? I would flip a coin to assert yes or no. We're still gonna do that, but we're gonna change the rate to every 5 clicks. So boom, right? We see 5 here. And that is gonna be where I flip a coin for yes or no. No, nothing happens. As I continue along this way, we go a little bit to our east. Boom. There's a little bit happening here. There's a little bit happening here because every 6 feet, or I'm sorry, every hour at a normal pace, I'm supposed to travel 3 miles, which is a great, great distance. And the minor stuff is going to be kind of hit or miss, right? My average walking speed is supposed to be 30 feet, not 60 feet, and every five clicks is 30 feet. So that's the movement speed, if you will. Um, yeah, I think that works. There's gonna be a whole lot more coin flipping and dice rolling, so buckle up. This is gonna be one very, very, very intuitive stuff. Also, part two to that for the D100 roll, because that is such a large list and things can happen like that, and it'd be the difference between something major and something minor. We gotta have something to mitigate that one. So what I want to do is every 5 clicks we do the minor D20. Every D100 is gonna be after at least 10 of those. So we'll click 50 times. We'll flip a coin for yes or no. On that encounter, I don't roll a D20, I roll a D100, and then from that D100, I get to do just that. I get to do the encounter from the D100 if it's a heads. If it's tails, nothing happens. Same story for the D20. Every encounter, heads or tails, something happens, something doesn't. If it happens, roll. Make sense? Helps the storytelling a bit, because I'm just walking mindlessly here and there's nothing happening. I go north 5 clicks and things can happen. Nothing happens. I love how I make these rules and I'm already failing at the rolls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nothing happens. Woo! Something happens. Don't know what. Something happens. That was a 13. Rain slick path, dexterity save, DC 10, are fall prone. Gear may be muddy or slightly damaged. So as I'm traversing across this mountain, this summit, I had taken picture my surroundings. Let's take the perception check. Let's make sure. That's a 13. So I notice the light beginning to fade around me. It's not quite nighttime yet. It's too bright for it to be nighttime. I take a look at the view. I notice the mountain. I notice the green. I look towards the sky. It's a pretty clear view from where I'm standing. There's not many trees around where I am. And off in the distance, I spot... let's go ahead and do this. I want to do this because this is such a great idea. And it would add flavor, in my opinion. I want to do this. Yes. And I want to do this. Let's do over this because that's good. We're gonna do this because I don't want to change it. I want to do that. This is where I want to do this. Boom, and then boom, and then boom, and then what just happened? Where did my player go? Hang on. There's the character. He's safe and good. I don't know what I clicked to mess up, but I did not mean to do it. I'm gonna do this again. Boom. And then this is gonna be light gray. Uh-huh. This is to symbolize storm because it is stormy here. Kinda. We're gonna do this right here. I noticed off in the distance we have a storm brewing. Let's go ahead and make this a little bit darker because we want to have like a reason to be concerned. We have a storm here brewing, and as I'm traveling along this path, or I guess path, as I'm moving along, I notice the terrain beginning to get slick. It's a problem. As a result of the slickness, I gotta make a dex save, DC 10. That's a nat 20. I notice the muddy terrain and it gets harder and harder for me to move, but luckily I stick my feet firmly into the ground. They're not stuck, but they're okay. I traverse this watery terrain with relative ease. As I'm going, I note the weather is slightly worsening. One moment. Okay. So that. So as I'm traveling across this soggy road, I see in my sight the end of the storm. Let's actually go ahead and see if I actually see that. I can't quite make out the end of the storm. The rainfall is just too heavy. It's murky mud all throughout this terrain. But as I'm traversing through this terrain, through this path, through this storm, I notice off in the distance a. Do I notice? I notice off in the distance what appears to be a small creature that I'm definitely going to avoid. I suddenly feel an urge to avoid said creature. I'm not entirely sure why. I just know that it would be safe of me to, not do that. Let's go ahead. So let's do 5 is 30, 10 is 300. That's in a minute. And then hour is 3 miles. So let's do 2,000. That's a major one. That's good. Okay, so sorry, time relativity, trying to keep up with it. We have not traveled a mile, but we have gone over 300 feet, I want to say. So I feel the urge to disappear. We haven't traveled an hour, though, so that's an okay gist. I'm traveling at a normal pace, not traveling at a slow pace, so 30 feet for every movement, and from there, minor interaction, so on and so forth. Yeah, feel urge to stay in solitude. I notice the creature slowly fading into the rain as I'm exiting the storm. Luckily, I exit the storm without much difficulty, and I'm back to normal terrain. Let's do a perception check. I look ahead as I emerge from the storm, and I'm looking for a footpath, housing, something to guide me back to the city. And on my way to it, I encounter what appears to be a flickering light orb. It's just floating about. It's not at eye level, it's pretty high in the sky. I'm curious about it. I kind of want to investigate it. I kind of want to follow it. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's... Boom. There's the floating orb. Let's actually change this color, because why not? Let's do... No, let's do yellow. We haven't done much with yellow yet, except for, like, the building and stuff. Okay. So we got a floating orb here that's just doing its thing. I want to follow it. It's floating from south to north. I notice it's floating, floating, floating. I follow said orb. Okay. So as I'm following this orb, let's see if I see it. I notice in front of me a pitfall. I continue to follow and fall. I have to make a DC. Where is it? No. 9. Shallow pitfall. Yep. Dex save, DC 11. Gonna hit 11 and higher. That's a nat 20 again. I kid you not here. That's what a nat 20 looks like on the die. See the D&D symbol, right? That's what it looks like on the die. It doesn't say 20. There's only one up to that and then that. I saved myself from falling into the pit and walk around it. Let's go ahead and actually add that for representation's sake, because I'm kind of curious to see if that works. Let's do pitfall. This is going to be like a brownish. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to move person here. We're going to do this. We're going to up this to like... No, we're going to up this to like 3, because, yeah. There's our pitfall. That one's attached to the land. Duh. I noticed the pitfall and evade it by walking around. It's easy terrain, so it's not like it's up on a hill or hidden below a hill. I'm not perceived by it. I do see the pitfall. I walk around it as I'm following this orb. Continuing, the orb is traveling. Okay, so hang on, let me... This. This is what I've done the entire time. Like, I will go onto this, and I will generate 3 items to pick from this man's ever so collective shop. And yes or no, I decide to buy or sell. That's me, player decision. From there, it's just a matter of... He pops up. Hello there, laddie. I notice you were trodden boundward north. You ought to be careful. There are some beasts up ahead. I would strongly recommend purchasing some of my wares. What say ye? In lieu of the orb that's currently in front of me, I understandably essentially say to him, thank you, sir, but I'm not interested in buying any goods. I'm more curious as to what this orb is doing, why it's floating the way it's floating. I want to know exactly where it's taking me, what it's doing, type of gist. He goes, okay, that's understandable, but be warned, there are enemies ahead. Like, okay. Orb then proceeds to take off at Mach speed. I then chase after it. Let's make sure. DC 20, I think that's... It's not DC 20. I still failed to check. I proceed to attempt to run after it, but in an attempt to do just that, I fail. Nothing really occurs from this other than the orb's disappearance. I'm no longer able to... Hang on. Yeah, I'm no longer able to see the orb. It's traveling much, much too fast. Can't keep up with it. I then abandon that decision. Proceed to continue back to the city. As I continue, I notice the village where me and the elf Falamir decided to take a job from the guild. I note the fruition, the betterment of the villagers we had saved, as well as the other villagers that were posting of that job request. They seem happier, which is good. Let's continue onward. I know I've kind of broke my own rule right here, right quick. Just a quick intermission, quick interim. If there's like a narrative element that I can add to it, apart from just flipping a coin, rolling a die, it's going to be a narrative element. I feel like that's an okay thing to do. Kind of, sort of, maybe. I think it's more entertaining that way. Let me know what you think. So it's a normal pace. How about this? We double it. That way we cover ground and we're not like every 5 seconds or every 5 clicks. I get double the distance and you guys get double the enjoyment. I continue walking across the path to the city. That's inconclusive. Yep. I notice a slight breeze across my face as I continue onward. It's very much so a pleasant day out. I don't know what the storm was about earlier, but it seems to have subsided completely after we had passed that one entity elsewhere. I proceed to the gate as scheduled, and the 2 guards greet me. 2 guards await me at this gate, and as they greet me, I suddenly feel a shiver over me. I'm like, whoa, I can't do this. I can't go into the city. I can't. It's like a sudden feeling of panic and dread come over me at the same time. I can't be around these guys. I can't be around the guards. As I proceed to walk towards towards the gate, one guard waves hello. I quickly turn around. Oh, hello. I quickly turn around, head back the other way. And I proceed to quicken my pace. As I'm going, I'm beginning to think to myself, I wonder, actually, hang on, let's do perception. I begin to think to myself and wonder, why do I feel so anxious right now? Why am I like this? I don't understand. I can't, it's like every time someone speaks to me, it doesn't work out. Hang on, let's do, I believe that's is that intelligence that does that? Intelligence, yeah, but is it recall as well? It is recall. Okay, so 2 and 1. 11 to 13. I'm thinking investigation. This is an investigation roll. So, I am recalling and investigating myself, trying to figure out what could be the cause of it. I know in my backpack, there is a glowing, emanating rock just floating in my bag, and I don't understand why, but I seem to recall picking it up and being completely normal, but it seems afterwards I managed to somehow gain an anxiety from picking up the stone. I note it. I keep continuing at my pace, thinking I need to be alone. I can't be in contact with anybody. I then begin to wonder about the slime. Like, what would people think? I begin to worry about that kind of thing. Oh, wait, no, sorry. That wasn't supposed to be a 3. This is the big encounter, because we've gone a distance. Alright, sweet. So, as I'm continuing along the path, I know the dungeon we had explored earlier, he and the orc Blackfeather. I also note that it has since become infested. Actually, do I actually notice that? Let's go ahead and see. 9. I noticed some rustling in the trees near the fortress, but I don't really go towards it. I, again, feel the sudden urge of anxiety. I don't want whatever's coming at me or around the, yeah. I don't want to have to deal with anything that could potentially be coming out of that, so I head the other way. Let's go ahead. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do... let's do this. Sorry. I want to do this. I want to do something like this right here. Okay. And then I want to do this. Oh, wait, no. Let's do this. Yep. Okay. This is kind of nuts. Not gonna lie. And we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do this, this, this. Uh-huh. And we're gonna do Okay. So I don't notice whatever this is up here, but I know I don't want to mess with it. Instead, I want to continue along my path. I don't want to go anywhere near it. We continue along our way. Nothing really happens. I note the breeze across my face, trees, leaves glistening in the wind. I notice I'm surrounded by housing, and I want to get away from the housing as much as possible, but I don't want to leave the footpath because I know it's my way home. So we continue along the footpath, but we blast past literally everybody that we can. If 16. Sure. And then we'll do. Yep. Okay. This is amazing. Great, 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 great generation. Very, very good. So as I'm walking, I notice a faint knocking. I'm gonna want to investigate it. So I roll DC is 12 plus. Okay, so I successfully investigate it. It reveals I don't see anything. Like I look around me, I don't see anything, but I hear knocking. It's like in the back of my head, I could hear it. I don't see anything, and as I'm walking, it follows me. I can hear the knocking, just following me the whole way. I quicken my pace in an attempt to escape the knocking. I run so fast, I crash into this vendor's shop. Let's see exactly what kind of shop would this be. What kind of shop? What do we think? What do we think, chat? What kind of shop would this be? I'm thinking it could be a jeweler. I think jeweler's the way to go here. I think it is. Could be. Sort of, kind of, maybe. Something like that. One moment. Let me go ahead and do this. Little bit. Hang on. Let's see if I do this, and then we'll just do this real quick. Kinda. It's okay. Very, 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 very buggy, but it's okay. It's all right. Sorry, had to check stream health, make sure it was okay. Seems to be okay. Kind of is. I hope you guys will let me know if it's not. Let me know. But I crash into this merchant shop, not entirely sure, not thinking of what it could be. But the knocking intensifies as I get closer to the city wall. I'm noticing. I crash into there. Merchant turns quickly over the counter. Customers scattered about. He exclaims, "What exactly are you doing in this shop? Why did you barge in the way you did? Come on now, you can't be barging in people's shops like that. There's a common courtesy and etiquette to entering a room." I go, "I'm sorry. Can you hear that? Can you hear that at all?" He goes, "What? I heard you blast through the door, crash into some of my merchandise. You're gonna pay for this, and I hope you realize that." And I turn to him. I'm like, I'm sorry. Trying to de-escalate the situation. I believe this would be a charisma. Yeah, this is a charisma check. So 13 DC. Let's put that at 12. That's fine. So, I crash in. I try and calm him down. He's indifferent about it. He doesn't want me to speak anymore. He just wants me to pay for the damages and be on my way. I throw a small pouch of gold pieces at him. I think 20 is good enough. Oh, no, that's the wrong number. That's supposed to be 37. 35? Oh, it won't even let me do that. Dang, okay. I'm going to assume I just threw 20 gold pieces at him. I hope I didn't just add any to myself. I hope I didn't. I toss a bag of coins at him. They go all over the place. Actually, yeah. They crash into the desk in front of him. They go all over the place. I say, "Here's your gold. I'm sorry for disturbing you," and I bolt out the door as fast as I can because that knocking is just getting louder and louder and louder. As I'm running, I'm not apparent or aware of anything happening. I keep running, keep running, keep running, keep running. Not really focusing on where I'm going. I'm just trying to get away from the knocking as fast as I can. Eventually wind up to the beach. I notice the cold sand beneath me as the sun is beginning to fade. I then now have to make a check. I think it's a dex. No? No, not this one. I need the other one. Okay. Okay. Uh, okay. So, I believe that would be a wisdom save. Yeah, I think that's a wisdom save. At a DC 15, so I gotta roll above 15 in order for that to work. So, as I'm approaching the shoreline, the pounding ensues. It becomes more pounding instead of knock. You hear it just getting louder and louder as I get closer and closer to the water. I'm not entirely sure what is happening. I just know that it's getting very, very loud. I take my bag off and I proceed to look in the bag. I'm not noticing anything of immediate nature. I'm not hearing it come from any items as I'm yanking each one out left, right, and center. I investigate each item individually. Again, nothing of quick discern. I note that and recall from the previous roll that it was only after I picked up the crystal that the knocking began, the whispering began, and it's only after I've gotten further away from the city that it's gotten louder. So in an attempt to quench whatever it is that's loud, I plunge the whole bag underwater. It doesn't help. Instead, it just makes it louder and louder and louder. I then, I believe this is a Constitution saving. Yeah, this is a saving throw Constitution because, yeah. Actually, no. Would it be Insight? Both of those are Wisdom. Because I'm trying to evade madness, right? And the DC is set to 15, but I'm looking at, I'm trying to evade it, right? I'm not evading it. I think I get +1 madness, kind of. So I have to figure that out. One moment. Let me break out the book because it apparently calls for the book. The book. All right, here we are. So madness. Oh wow. This says gain 1 madness, so I imagine it's a permanent thing. Short term. Okay. So from here. Okay. I'm going to place this book here because the lighting is just perfect for that. That stays there. This says short-term madness. I have to... So, subjected to an effect from the short-term madness table for 1d 10 minutes. Short-term 1d 100. So I all of a sudden am caught overwhelmed with my first level of madness for no, that's the wrong one. This one. For a solid 8 minutes, I'm overcome with an urge to just consume as much sand as possible. I'm not entirely sure why. I just know that the pounding is continuous, loud, and all of a sudden, I feel a sudden urge to eat sand. I start munching on it left, right, and center. I throw up a time or two. It's awful. I collect myself after those 10 minutes pass, and the pounding's still there, but I am no longer in need of real urgency to get anywhere with this. Finally, I actually managed to get a decent save on it. I commit to a DC save to investigate again what it could be, and I notice it's the crystal. This crystal is emanating an energy, and it keeps getting brighter the further away from the village I go. So automatically, I'm already assuming I'm going to go ahead and infer based on its appearance that the sound is somehow related, and it's only after I picked it up that, of course, it started. I'm going to go ahead. Let's go ahead and actually make that intelligence roll for that. I can't make that inference. I just know that I picked it up and the sound started, but I don't know if it's correlated or not based on its appearance. I want to... Would it be that? I want to make the decision to go back to the city. I want to try and collect myself, pick myself up by my bootstraps. I want to head back to the city, but I don't know if that's like a charisma roll or if that's... I want to put it to a charisma roll. Because to convince is persuasion, and that's charisma. I know I'm not proficient in it, so I need to match the DC of the save for it, and that was put to intelligence. So charisma based save for persuading myself. I fail epically. I try and pick myself up by my bootstraps, but it's just too hard. The pounding just keeps getting louder and louder the further I get. Honestly, I'm stuck in the sand, hopelessly waiting for someone to come by and pick me up, but no one's around. No one's there. I sit there as the sun begins to set. I wonder, is this really what my life is like now? I pick up a rock and all of a sudden, it seems as though there's pounding constantly in my head. I'm being haunted by it. I'm no coward. I can stand my ground and fight, but there's nothing around me to fight. And I don't want to make a fool of myself. I don't want to be arrested by the guardsmen. I'd like to know why I am the only one who can hear this. I just don't know what is happening. I don't know why this is a thing. As I sit there in the sand, toiling away at myself, trying to figure this out, the sun sets completely. It fades to night. I guess I collapse. Let's see. I'll flip a coin for this. Yeah. So I collapse under the weight of my own anxiety and exhaustion. I fall completely asleep. Fast forward a little bit of time. I kind of wish Chaos was here. I'm not gonna lie, I'm breaking the fourth wall right quick. I kind of wish she was here because, man, there is so much happening. And it'd be a great back and forth scenario, a turn-based gist. Me just running around like a chicken with my head cut off, and she's just off in the distance and doing her own thing. And eventually it becomes, oh, that's a problem. That's not good, you know. So, eh, I don't know. I don't know what to do on that note. It looks like stream's okay. It looks like it. Not gonna lie. It looks like it. Looks like it. Let's see. How bad is this? Stream is extremely delayed. Like, I'm looking at it on my screen. There's easily like a 30-second to like a full minute delay on stream. So I apologize for those of you watching. At least it's kind of good over on Twitch. TikTok looks okay. It's not terrible. It is definitely lagging like crazy. I'm not entirely sure what in tarnation's going on, but it's getting there. It's doing its thing. If the audio's cutting out, let me know. I will fix it. I just, yeah, that's terrible. That's honestly terrible. Let's get back to this though. Night passes. I fall asleep. Fast forward to daybreak. I wake up and all I hear is the. Oh, let's see. Yeah, okay. So the knocking is still there. That's the first thing I take note of. Though it's faint now, it's not as loud. I can hear the sound of the waves over my ear, over the pounding in my head. There is no one really walking on the beach. It's fairly early in the morning. There is no one else around. I go ahead, collect myself, compose myself. I collect all my items, place them back in the bag, and I make my way towards the city. When it goes over the DM screen and beyond, that would be one of these. I gotta do this. Okay. So as I'm walking, I have the stone in my hand now from last night because again I fall asleep with my anxiety. With the rock in hand, I fall completely asleep. The pounding's still there as I wake up. I make my way to the tree line and it attempts to make it back to the city unscathed. And as I look at the palm of my hand, I note the rock is glowing faintly with weak magic. Yeah, I note it glowing faintly with weak magic, as though being further away from the city is weakening it. I don't know why, but I think it could be that the further away from the city I am, the weaker it gets. So in an attempt to weaken it further and deactivate whatever magic is on it, I make the decision to walk away from the city. I did it again, chat. I did it again. Dang it. I walk away from the city holding the rock in hand, and the magic is slowly beginning to dissipate over time. The knocking is getting louder again in my head. I compose myself through it though, because I know if the magic is getting weaker eventually, it will also get weaker. I then proceed to go on a full-on sprint, covering double the distance I normally would. Let's go ahead and, yep. As I'm running full sprint, As I do a full-on sprint, there is a rock off in the distance I don't quite notice. Let's go ahead and do... So this is essentially how it is. I'm running and running and running. I'm not able to see anything. Actually, let's see if I can see anything. If I'm full on sprinting, it's -5 passive perception. So I roll for wisdom 4. I don't think I add my modifier because that is a -0. I don't notice anything while I'm running outside of what's in my hand. I'm running, 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 running. All right. So this is kind of cursed, kind of, sort of, maybe cursed, just a wee bit. So as I'm running and running and running, let's go ahead and toss this because, yeah, 5, 11, 2, 13. So as I'm running, I notice another caravan, a small caravan cart that's got pieces scattered about it, but nothing really. Is this what I did for the cart? I don't know if I think this is what I did for the cart. I'm gonna do this right here. Oh no, I need to do this. Boom. Okay. Boom. Good. Um, as I'm running past this caravan cart, I notice that it's in tatters, and there's like one crate left, and as well as one item. I'm gonna go ahead and just roll a DC, let's say 15 to break the curse. That sucks. I got a 1. So I'm running and running and running. The magic is not fading from this item as quickly as I thought it would. Chad, do I really, like, am I really about to... This is the border. This is the top of this section of the map. I gotta... Oof. Big, 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 big oof. I have not made anything up here at all yet. I guess I really need to get on my A game when it comes to that. Sorry. Apart from that, though, I'm running and running and running away from the city in the opposite direction of the water. I'm going to roll 15 again. There we go. As I run and run and run, the terrain becomes kind of difficult, and I have to slow down ever so slightly. I notice... Do I notice it? Yes, I do. I notice that the knocking has completely stopped. It is now eerily quiet. I stop in my tracks, full on, like, feet out in front, cartoon style, digging into the dirt. I am very much so stopping in my tracks. The sound of the dirt beneath my feet just as I'm going along, trying to stop myself. The knocking has completely dissipated. I don't know what exactly has happened. I just know that I look at the crystal now, and it is completely dim. It is darkened completely. There is no sign of emitting energy. I'm just holding a rock at this point. There's nothing really about it that I could use it for. I just know that now that I'm far enough away, it has stopped completely. I note that it stopped. Let's go and take a look at this real quick. One moment. I'm gonna see if this works the way I want it to. Yep. Okay. This would be a little bit more interesting of a story. But I like the running aspect. It's my own flavor of it. Going based off what it says right here, essentially. I'm not releasing those souls, but I'm like, I run far enough away that separate the anchor. Crystal must be taken at least 1 mile away from the crate. This causes the crate to become violently active. Knocking turns into pounding. Final desperate whispers. I'm using that and leaning into it. As I'm far enough away, the magic completely dissipates, and with the fading of the magic, so does the crate's noises and stuff. I note that it's completely powerless in my hand. With it silent, I collect myself calmly. I'm gonna go ahead and do something with the character sheet right quick because I kind of messed up. I have been on the road for a day now, and my rations are kinda not there at the moment. I've got this right here. 10 days rations? No, that's more like 5 days rations now because I have slept multiple times out on camp and stuff, and I haven't quite been keeping up with that. I need to keep up with that. So that's a thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's a thing. Pardon me, it's been a while. It's been a long day. I know that the magic is faded. I collect myself with the silence. I now am reprieved of the knocking. I then proceed to head south back towards the city because I want to do that. I want to head back towards the city. I come across a footpath along the way. Let's go ahead and see if I have a counter or not. I do not. I know that this is the same footpath the camp with Chaos and the slime, or Chaos, the orc, Blackfeather, and the slime are sitting at. I don't want to disturb them. They might be busy doing something, and besides, I'm kind of busy helping the guild out. I continue on my way, understanding that there is no knocking now, and I honestly am beginning to understand that it may have just very well been the crystal. Crystal may have been cursed, but this is an assumption. This isn't a bona fide, I know this. This is me guessing. That the crystal may have been cursed, and I may have been the victim of picking it up and suffering the whispers. As I continue this way again, the guards notice me. They start waving at me. I wave back, this time with my composure intact. They look at me strangely as a weirdo, because I literally just walked up. They waved. I turned around and was like, psych, see ya. I left the other direction earlier, but I've returned and composed. I'm alright. I continue on my way to the guild hall, or at least to the crate that I had left near the guild hall. I continue down this footpath here. Let's go ahead and, yep, D20. There's another flickering orb of light. I just realized how messy this is right here. I've got 4 layers, one for random NPC, one for NPCs, one for Crowmark, which is a dead elf, and then one for Champion Gladiator, which we encountered at the on Monday, and then one for New Challenger, and then one for Adversaries, which this does not need to be as cluttered as it is. I could easily get rid of 3 of these and have them like a stagnant thing and just have them disappear, and then make a layer for NPCs to do stuff. You know what? Here, I'm gonna make a group. This, I won't put NPCs in this, and I will put random NPCs in this because that's a thing. And then I want to do something like this right here, where Crowmark's a part of that group, and then he's a part of that group. Sorry, I know this is very, very technical stuff. I'm just very picky. I know you guys can't see it either. I'm editing stuff off to the side. Okay, this is good. We're gonna do... No, yeah, that's going in there too, and this is also going in there as well. Okay, so I'm gonna leave this completely alone, except for I'm gonna do this, so they are completely hidden. I'm just gonna make a new layer for every time I see a new NPC because meh. Okay, just meh. We're gonna do inanimate. Yes. Boom. This is gonna turn into this kinda, this. Oh gosh. There we go. Alright. A note, do I even see this dude? Let's see if I even see him. We're gonna pull him up there, and then we're gonna do perception check. I 100% see a faint glow off in the distance. And note that it's not quite the sun, because it's a little dimmer, it's not blinding. But it's in the shape of a sphere that I recently had chased a distance, and I'm curious to know exactly what exactly it is, where it's wanting to go, type of gist. I note its direction is in the direction of the guild hall. So, wrong one. I have to do this right here. It starts floating towards the guild hall. As it's doing so, I then proceed to follow. That's the wrong mouse again. I'm going to do this numerous times. Don't mind me. It floats and floats. It floats and floats. I follow literally the whole way. Follow, 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 follow. We'll flip a coin real quick. Awesome. So as I'm following this orb, it slowly dissipates over a rock, centralized right about here. Let's go ahead and do... I'm gonna make another group because this is starting to get old. Let's toss structures and housing. Let's do strongholds and temple. Oh, hello. No, not this. This one. Let's do land. Below land, we're going to do water. Relative distance is going to be placed on top of all of that. We like topography. Doesn't have to be a part of the group, though. Other areas, definitely going above everything else. We also want point of interest stuff taken care of underneath all of that. Topography is going to be above it. Altitude is going to be above it. And those two are going to be nice and below. This is good, which means guess what? I can now minimize this. It's now got space. Look at that, chat. There's so much space to be had. Okay, that's a thing. We're going to do footpaths as well, because footpaths are needed on top. Structure, strongholds, that's a thing. We're going to keep the core right where it's at. Yeah, this will be decor. Okay. So as we're following this orb, it slowly begins to fade. I question why exactly it's I'm curious as to why exactly it just decided to fade out the blue. Let's go ahead and this here. Boom. Orb fades as I'm chasing it, and I run into a chest. This chest is decent amount of loot. Let's go ahead and do this. Sweet. Wow. Okay. So I'm gonna roll 1d4 for the loot. Wow. Okay. So in this chest, I find a curious magical set of clothing. It's got a bunch of stuff in there. I discover in this chest 22 gold pieces. Let's go ahead and do this. So that's 59. Okay. I also find a potion of healing because that's good. We're gonna put all this down here because we want that to be a thing. We're actually gonna I'm gonna summarize that. I'm gonna help that out just a little bit. Where is it? Flask, not the UT, not dust of dry, not that. We want to do. Did I use them? I don't think I used them. Are they up here? Sphere, draw. It is. It's this one. So we find one more Verdant Pulse elixir. So that puts us at 3 of those. And then we find a cloak pin of subtle mending. Common magical art. Once per day can cast mending on non-magical objects. So this is good. We're going to do this right here. I'm going to copy. I want to copy and paste these two and put them down in treasure, but I don't want to do that at the same time. So I'm like, I don't know what to do here. I don't know if that's what I want to do, but yeah. I'll figure it out here in a second. Cloak pin of mending. Cool. Oh, subtle mending, sorry. Essentially what this does is 1 per day. On non Magical item. Good. And then I find an X. Okay. So I find 22 gold pieces, click pin of subtle mending, and then one faintly glowing cloth scrap. Can't believe I typed crap right there, but okay. Still learning a keyboard, don't mind me. We also find one more Verdant Pulse elixir, which is kind of nice because, you know, having a failsafe for that elixir is kind of good, not gonna lie. Let me do this right here. So this is about 50. I want to make sure I get the pricing right on this. Okay. That's gold pieces. And this one right here can be 10. That's fine. Because I might sell this later because I'm looking at a lot of stuff in this inventory. And I don't know if I can carry it all. I'm just whimming it at this point. It's when I get to the armor and the weapons and the other oh shoot, wrong picture. This. When I get to the treasure bits that I'm like, okay, now I need to be like kind of aware of how much I can carry because golly, is there a lot to each one of these items. There's a lot here. So I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of this pouch that holds 10 gold pieces. I'm just gonna pocket that because man, that is a lot of gold pieces. I'm gonna do 69 here. Nice. Nice. I told her about that. Neither one of these are a problem. Gosh. Silver rings. Okay. Good. I don't know where I picked up the silver rings from. I thought I had sold those earlier, but I guess I didn't. Yeah, I'll take a look at that later. Figure out if I have or not. Open the chest, empty it of all its loot. I pocket everything. And note there's no one else around. Yeah, no one else is around. So I assume this orb led me to like a covert of some kind between two houses and a footpath. The orphanage and the footpath. It must be something the old codger left in our backyard and just forgot as time went on. No one's around to really complain or pick me up for it though, so we're good. On that note, I continue along my way back to the guild hall because I want to get there as soon as possible to observe and investigate what exactly is going on with this crate situation. Continue on south. I know is this a scribe shop? I know the cobbler shop off to the side. Cobbler, yes, I said that. Cobbler. It's a cobbler shop. A cobbler shop off to the right. Business is booming. There's a lot of people surrounding it. Continue towards the guild hall with not much in our way. Nothing happening there. continue, continue, continue. Am I lost? I'm probably lost. How lost am I? I'd say pretty lost, because this is the second orphanage I found, and I should be at the guild hall by now, but I'm not, so I'm going to assume I'm lost. No one else is around to talk to, though, so I can't really ask anyone for directions. And I'm not smart enough to exactly recall where the guild hall is. I just know that there's a footpath, and eventually, as I'm traveling along this footpath, I'll make it back to the guild hall. Let's continue on this way. As I pass the orphanage off to the right, I spot a Frey. A sprite. A mischievous sprite. He's a tiny little fellow that plays tricks. He's harmless. He produces illusions and stuff. And he might steal an item if I'm not careful, so I'm going to patiently, or I'm going to be very cautious when going near him. I'm going to make him blue, because why not? There's the tiny sprite right there as we're passing the, oh gosh, as we're passing the orphanage. We continue upward north towards the guild hall. I think this is the correct direction. I'm not entirely sure. Can I recall this is the right direction? Kinda. The path seems familiar. As I approach another intersection, I note the inn as well as the blacksmith shop here and here. I know I'm in the right direction because towards the center is City Hall. And we don't want to go that way. Instead, we want to continue to our west and a little south, and eventually we are going to see the guild hall. I continue along the way and intersect with another two set of roads. Luckily, nothing's standing in my way of returning to the guild hall from where I am now, so I enter. I inform the receptionist that I recovered a weird and odd stone that seemed to have produced a knocking effect that as you held on to the stone and were traveling further and further away from the city, the stone would begin to emanate a knocking sound as well as whispers ever so greatly. It would increase as I got further and further away from town. I recovered it and discovered the extent of its power, which is roughly a mile away from the city. The knocking stops completely. It is currently deactivated. It's a little more than a stone now. I came back explicitly to investigate the crates, and I want to see exactly if the situation here has subsided. She informs me that a little while ago last night, the crate was making all kinds of racket, and two of the caravan people went mad, and we had to restrain them in the lower floors of the guild hall. I go, oh, so it really went nuts here, huh? She goes, yeah, you missed out. There was a lot of commotion happening between the guildmates too, because they could not work, or they couldn't lounge the way they typically would with that knocking and the whispering going on around that crate. I'm glad you returned though. Let's get to the bottom of this, shall we? I agree and affirm with her. We run outside and dig up the crate. There's not a sound coming from it, or at least not that I can perceivably hear. We attempt to open up the crate again. I do my best, but I ultimately can't open it back up. I then employ the two caravanmen to the last driver to help me open it, and with some great force, we pry the lid open just enough to scrape it off the side of the crate. The crate appears empty. Nothing's really happening as I get closer with it, along with the stone in hand. There's no sound emanating from it. There's nothing emerging from it. There's nothing inside this crate. It's completely empty. I then asked the caravan what he was supposed to be carrying in this, because he must have a catalog of things that he's supposed to have. He informs me that there was supposed to be a form of artwork in this, but it appears that it may have been stolen. I see. I sigh with a sigh of relief that it's not anything illegal. Um, yeah. As we begin to place the lid back over it, I note that towards the bottom of the crate, there is some red ooze that has leaked out from the bottom of it. Not entirely sure what it is. I just know that it's a red ooze. I don't think it's blood. I don't think it's blood. I tell the caravanman to go ahead and lift the crate up out. We'll place it back on his wagon. We lift it. Do we lift it? Yeah, we lift it with great strength. I lift it by myself. I carry it all the way to the wagon and place it on there. He's like, is that not heavy to you? I go, no. For whatever reason, the lid gave me trouble, but the crate itself was relatively light. I'm glad that I was able to pick it up the way I did. He goes, yeah, me too. It takes usually 2-3 people to lift one of those things. Like, yeah, I guess I'm having a good day so far. As we lift this crate up out of this hole, sorry. Boop. 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 As we lift it up out of the ground, though, I note that there is some red ooze at the bottom of this hole that once had the crate in it. I then proceed to investigate it. I want to investigate it. I note that it doesn't have the consistency of blood, but it certainly looks like it is a bodily fluid of some kind. I then grab the attention of the final caravan driver. I'm like, hey, are you absolutely certain you aren't carrying other... Pardon me. You aren't carrying anything other than artwork in this crate? He goes, yeah, there should have only ever been artwork in there. A portrait of some high priestess. I go, oh. Huh. Okay. Well, do you have any vials or any water skins or anything I could really collect this with? They go, no. I go, well, that's unfortunate. I wonder what it could have been. I then proceed to bury whatever's left of this. I honestly just, not gonna lie, I'm running out of ideas. I'm running out. Like, my brain is slowly just... let's do this. Is that... I think this is the land. It would be the land, so I gotta do this. Cool. Sweet. Okay, so I proceed to bury said box because I don't want it, or not box. I proceed to fill the void because I don't want there to be a hole in the lawn of the guild. Um, as I'm burying it, I'm shoveling. I don't immediately notice it, other than a few people screaming off in the distance. I think nothing of it, and I continue to bury, continue to bury. I get finished with my tossing of the dirt into the hole. And I am then quickly notified by people surrounding me that there were people muttering words from the bottom of that. I'm like, wait, what? I didn't notice. What? Are you serious? They go, yeah, yeah, you just buried two people down there. What the heck, man? I go, wait, no. I promise you, there is not people in that hole. I just checked. We literally just got out of the hole. We took the box and put it on the thing, and now there's no person down there. And they're like, yeah, yeah, there is. You need to unbury them. At their notification, I then proceed to go nuts trying to bury it. Though in my haste, I break the shovel, and I can no longer dig them out. I go, I don't know if there's anyone under there. The shovel's broke. I can't do anything about this. I need your assistance. Please dig the hole, save them. As a result of this, I've got a crowd of people now around me digging people up out of a hole, apparently, that I had not noticed beforehand. They go, hey, uh, thanks for saving us. Why'd you bury us? I'm like, I didn't see you there. You were a pile of red ooze a second ago. I assumed you were some foreign substance. How was I supposed to know you were people? And they informed me that yeah, uh, we were part of the caravan before it was attacked. I'm like, wait, it was attacked? They go, yeah, yeah, it was attacked. We got attacked by something. We couldn't see it though. It was foggy. We had a storm over us about halfway up the mountain, and as we rounded the corner, sure enough, it started to rain and we couldn't see anything. We got separated from the lead of the pack, and we were diverted to a back road. We continued along the back road, and eventually we were attacked. We don't know by what. We just know that eventually, sometime after the attack, we essentially woke up here in the dirt. You were burying us. I'm like, oh, that's not good at all. So you're telling me you were not in the box a second ago? No, we weren't in the box at all. We were driving the caravan when we were attacked. And again, we woke up here to you burying us. I'm like, oh, that's not good. At least you're safe now. We have you. We're good. Are you okay? They reply in high hopes. Yeah, we're okay. We're just happy to be in civilization again. We don't know what happens to the others though. Um, I we yeah, we were all attacked roughly at the same time. They got a caravan before us, but we were right after, and again, we can't remember anything. Go, okay, that's all right. Um, yeah. As we raise them up out of the ground, there are more questions than answers having been just made, and the receptionist pretty much congratulates me on job well done. Me Sweet. Okay. So, um, at the side of the caravan, or what remains of the caravan, I take on the notion that I intend to continue to investigate this, and if the receptionist happens to hear or see anything regarding other members of this caravan coming up, please inform me as soon as possible. Send a messenger my way. I will 100% gladly take on that job. She nods in affirmation of that and tells me I can keep the crystal so long as it doesn't drive me mad. And as a result of the quest being completed, I get I receive from the caravan the a whisper glass shard as well as 75 gold pieces and +1 reputation with the guild. Because I have advantage with guild, that goes up 2. So let's do this. We're gonna go, because I have this now, and this is changed. All of this right here has completely changed. I need to go to Okay, so I'm just gonna quickly do this first because I have to generate it if it's gonna do anything. Let's go ahead and do this first. We got Whisper Glass Shard. It has 3 charges. Regains 1d3 at dawn. Plus, I'm just gonna actually do this, separate it with a wall. I might change everything about that here in a second. Bonus action. Let's go ahead and move this mouse out the way. Bonus action. Spend 1 charge. Oh gosh, that is a lot. I have this as equipment, so what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to take this, boom, and I'm going to snapshot it. Boom. Okay. That's just notes for it because, yeah. Boom. Okay. And I have the Whisper Glass Shard as well as the Nocturne Sphere. Let's go ahead. Let's back up. And we have this as well. I'm gonna go ahead and put this like down here so it's out of the way. With that being the case, yay, we did stuff. We got that stuff. JK, I gotta go back to this. No. This, and then let's just, yeah, it is. So I gotta do. So I got that. This is what I'm after. For this right here, we got 70 gold pieces. 6 plus 7, guys. 13. So that's 9,399. That's what I got for gold pieces, which is good. Very good. Advantage on next guild rep check. Yeah, that goes to +3 for guild favor. Yay! Let's go ahead and take a look at this real quick. Okay. Okay. Cool. Yes. Okay. So for the sake of knowing, every time I complete a job, I get a point. If I have an advantage on the next guild favor check, that is, I can apply that one advantage like a inspiration point. I believe that's what it's called on the character sheet. Yeah, inspiration. I can essentially apply that advantage to one level of not to one level, to the point I earn from a job I create and succeed at. When I apply it, it goes up 1 extra point or double, right? And at a certain pointage of guild favor, I then level up between the set stuff here: initiate, member, trusted, elite, and inner circle type of gist, right? I like these 5 very much so. These are pretty good to have. 5 ranks for a single clan or guild, I guess, works greatly, and having a point system mitigated actually helps me out a lot. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to do 5 by 25. So every 25 points, we go up from initiate to member, because right now I'm technically initiate. I got to go from 0 to 25 to become a full-fledged member of this guild. And then from member to trusted is from 25 to 50. 50 to 75 is elite. 75 to 100 should be inner circle. Is that math correct? 25, 50, 75, 100. So no, it'd be 125 to inner circle, 100 to get 50, 75 puts me at elite. 25, 50, 75, 100. Yeah, so 100 puts me at inner circle. Every point beyond that, I'm still in inner circle, and I can lose points. I could go down in rank if I lose enough points, so that's another thing I gotta keep in mind. Essentially, the higher I go up with it, the more likely I'm going to have advantage on persuasion with guild members, as well as easier access with restricted areas. I understand I'm reading this literally off the thing. That might change as time goes on. We might not even use the areas, honestly. That it's reading too much into it. I'm solely gonna go off of the points for right now. Um, just an FYI on the guild favor. That's how that's gonna work for now. Until we get to, I want to say, rank 3, we don't really know of any of the benefits, and even then, it's like we gotta discuss with other people as to what exactly is going on and how it happens. Um, from here, what is this? This is event markers. Caravan is satisfied with the job well done. The receptionist is willing to call it a job well done. I'm rewarded, all that fun stuff, as well as the Ascendant Crystal and the Whisper Glass Shards. Speaking of which, I think I need to. Did I generate it? I think I generated it. I could be wrong. I don't think I did. Did I? Oh gosh. Spear. Crystal. Did I do. No, that's the Whisper Glass Shard. Okay, so I have to generate that real quick. Okay. It's gotta do its thing. As I leave the clan hall, I keep calling it clan because I'm used to Warframe, pardon me. As I leave the guild hall, um, I'm waved off by the caravan people. They are no longer in need of assistance with anything. That event is a success. Yay. Um, there was a lot that could have happened. Luckily, all's well that ends well. Whole 9 yards. There's our Nocturne Ascendant Crystal. I am definitely going to be taking a snapshot of this because that is 100% going to be needed. That's our second, like, real, I guess, major item, kind of, sort of. It's a wondrous item, very rare. The Obsidian Violet Crystal hums with the quiet resonance of the night sky. Within it, swirl fragments of starlight and shadow, constantly shifting, as if the depths of night itself are trapped within. Ascendant Vision, you gain dark vision out to 120 feet in magical darkness. You can see as if we're dim light. Veil of Night, as an action, you can shroud in Nocturne energy for 1 minute. During this time, you have advantage dex stealth check, and creatures have disadvantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on sight to detect you. Once used, this property can't be used again until the next dawn. Shadow Ascension. When you reduce a creature to 0 hit points, I can use my reaction to gain 1d8 temporary hit points and teleport up to 30 feet to space in dim light or darkness that I can see. That is a lot. We're going to go ahead and do this real quick, though. I want to take this and delete all of this because, well. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to copy and paste this. Copy. Boom. paste. I'm gonna delete all this because it's literally in line with it. We're gonna do T. No. Treasure and the equipment file. Good. We're gonna do the same thing with this. Sure, and the equipment file. And take this, because it is pretty much the same thing. Oops. Treasure and equipment file. Boom. Good. Yes. Yeah. Alright, so I have 3 items in a file that I can view at any given point, and that is these 3 here. Stuff. Let's go this way. Let's go back to technical. Good. We are done with this quest. Good. I'll keep that up because I'll generate many different stuff. Let's go ahead and do this right here. I want to rename this to shop item generator. Good. Okay. Keep that in line. Ow. Let's make sure stream health is good. It's suffering a little bit. Good. Yeah, that works. Okay. Sorry. Had to make sure that was like taken care of, out of the way, whole 9 yards. Let's go and take a look at this. Oh wow, you guys can't see that at all, can you? That's unfortunate. I didn't realize it was broken. One moment. Let me do this. Okay. Boom. And then there we go. Boom. Good. It's there. Sorry. Didn't mean for it to break. Yeah, the stream was suffering, so I'm like, okay, I want to try and fix it, kinda. I want to help it out just a little bit. There's a lot going on. We alleviate like 90% of the workspace right here, because there's a lot of tabs open between them, and I think that might be the cause of it, kinda. Combined with teleport being a problem. Maybe I could do this. Maybe I could bring it up on my phone. I can't show you because it won't let me do that, unfortunately. But I can have Opera open on my laptop without it bugging out and everything. That much I'm definite on. It's just teleport that's a pain to deal with. So we're not going to mess with teleport. We're just going to mess with Opera. Unless it doesn't care and still breaks everything. Golly. Wow. I'd like to connect this. Pardon me, I have to set this up. My stuff is all kinds of busted. Yay. Yep. Yep. Can I close out of this and it work? I can. Good. Yay, that works. Now I have it on my phone. I can use my phone for the D&D encounters. Sweet. We want to do... Golly, that's a lot. Oh, because I moved my phone over. That's a thing. Big oof. Use this. and prevents it from going anywhere. All right. Sorry, I'm trying to get this queued up on my phone so I'm not taking as much bandwidth off. Stream has improved. I can see that clearly. If it's streamed for 2.5 hours, I say let's take a break. We got 6 hours of stream to go through. We're at 2.5. It's a good break time. I'm going to pause. I'll be right back. BRB. Okay, chat. Hi, welcome back. Not gonna lie, can't get the Opera to work on the phone. It keeps not wanting to load up stuff, so kind of at a miss. I'm kind of impasse, kind of at an impasse. I'm kind of stuck. Not really stuck. I can go anyway. Improv, creativity, whole nine yards, but it's just not. In my opinion, it's not as entertaining as it is if there were, another person here to bounce ideas off of. And I'm currently like I'm looking, but I don't think I'm gonna have much luck with getting another person to play. So yeah, hang on, let me. Yeah. Okay. I guess how have y'all been? Y'all have y'all had a good day so far? I know I have. Should I continue with what I was doing with Opera on the one PC, or should I change it to? I guess I could do it this way. This would be the no-brainer moment. Should be doing this. I condense the two down into one, and that works. And then get it to generate all of it. So that way, it's a simple scroll and go. Okay. Plug up my charger. That way, it's there. Good. All right. Now that I have my encounters back, I can kind of continue. After leaving the dojo, or Dojo. Can you tell the Warframe in me is coming out now? Like, I'm already... Do not have an active stream on TikTok. What do you mean? What do you mean? I have a stream on TikTok. I do, in fact, have a stream on TikTok. I don't know what it's talking about. That's weird. I should be good to go. Should be. It's entirely weird. Thanks for the likes, by the way, guys. Much appreciated. Sorry I wasn't able to see them beforehand. So I left the... That's the listen house. Okay, so that's... Okay. That's good. I left the dojo after confirming with the receptionist that I do want to be kept up to date with the caravan's whereabouts and the investigation part of it. Making sure the rest of their members are either found, or if anything else happens to a caravan, I'm letting known immediately. From the... There we go. From the guild hall, I'll travel east. Do. Nothing's happening. Let's see. Past the guild hall, I passed a bunch of houses. I'm just in the road for the long haul. This is what it keeps landing on. This is what it needs to land on for an encounter to occur, just so we're on the same page. I don't know why it's doing what it's doing, but it's doing that, and it's being kind of dumb. But again, nada, nothing. Yeah, no, nothing. Look at that, an encounter. 20. Okay, cool. I don't know what's going on, but as I'm walking past a shop, I begin to notice my environment beginning to change colors. It is very much so the result of a magical item, but I'm unable to discern its source in its direction. I don't know which way it's coming from. I just know that it is 100% a magical item, because there's nothing else I could think of that would cause the entire environment to just start changing color. I'm talking trees are now purple. The bush is pink. We have blue grass. The sky might be orange. The sun is definitely setting. Yeah, I don't know why, but the colors are changing. And I'm feeling completely fine. I'm confident I'm okay right now. I don't understand why the colors are changing the way that they are. Colors are still changing around me as we continue onward. Like the saturation meter is just slowly going to the left. I don't know what's affecting me, but apparently it is one very strong, potentially potent magical item. As I round the corner of this domicile here, I notice a group of NPCs, a group of people, a noble by the looks of one gentleman, and then one moment. Not this. I want this. A noble and a drunkard are gearing up for a fight, a duel of some kind. The crowd hasn't gathered around them just yet, but I imagine it'll wind up becoming a spectacle, to say the least. I don't want to intervene with them. I don't want to escalate that situation, and I don't want to talk them out of it, right? Um, shoot. How about this? I leave the decisions up to the coin, okay? Looks like I'm getting involved in some way, shape, or form. Don't know how, but I'm getting involved. He said, I noticed them fighting. Let's see. Do I hear exactly or know why? No. Well, yeah, because that's okay. So yeah. I overhear the noble mouth off something about sleeping with the drunkard's wife, and how, oh gosh, things get a little out of hand too quickly. He didn't know that it was his wife. Drunkard retorts, "You should have known by her stature alone," type of gist, right? And from there, they square up. They're beginning to brawl. Um, as this is occurring, there's a crowd of people gathering around. There's a group of people gathered around. Not entirely sure what's going on. I essentially say to them, "Hey, these two are about to fight. Let's keep it square and fair. Let's keep it fist of cuffs only. You're not allowed to use any bottles. Drop them where they are." Drunkard's like, "Sure, I don't mind going fist of cuffs with this fool." And the noble's like, "You know what? Square on. Absolutely fair. Let's go ahead and do. I need to do this." There we go. Awesome. ChatGPT do be going nuts sometimes. Not gonna lie. That's more like it. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and determine these guys' health real quick. One's got 2d8 plus 2. Yeah, that one. So 4 and 2 plus 2, 6, 8. And then this other one is a 48 plus 4. Doesn't seem like an even fight, but okay. 5, 6, 9, 11. 11 plus 4, 15. Hi. They're in Fist of Cuffs type of gist. They're ready to brawl. They roll initiative. One's got a nat 20. Ah! I'm going to roll that again. That's an 11. So the drunkard common elf decides he's got initiative. He's going first. The noble's going second. His initiative isn't as good, which is completely fine. But yeah. I tell them both. I said, hey, when things start looking a little too rough, I'm gonna DMify it around like 5. I'm gonna say 3 to 5 HP remaining. They're backing out completely. They're not doing anything else. They're not punching another time. And if one hits 0, they're insta KO. Fight's over. Whole 9 yards. Okay. I see. No, I like the other one better. The noble's sleeping with the commoner's wife, and he's mad that she cheated on him with the noble. I like that. I like that story a little bit better because there's a little bit more spice and flavor to it. Because man, is it just interesting that that's how that works out, how that pans out, right? Um, I'm gonna do this. Boom. Good. Um, so at the start of each, we gotta roll a d6. No effect. Nothing happens at the start of the turn. Nothing out of the ordinary. Just two belligerent fools drunk in the middle of an alleyway are about to fight. Let's go ahead. The drunkar's going to throw a wild punch off to the side. Let's see if it hits. We got to roll this. 13. It hits the drunken elf, although very shabbily. He lands him square in the chest. With a wild punch, that is a 24 plus 1. So 7, or no, that's a 4 plus 1, so 5 damage directly to he swings, he lands square in the chest. That's enough to send a shock through his body. He takes a step back. He's flustered, like, whoa. Was not expecting that amount of force to come out of a drunkard, but hey, He said, dude, that's too hard. You're not supposed to punch that hard. He said, that's what you get for sleeping with my wife. You're not getting off easy. Prissy elf. Insert insult there. Next up is the Noble. It's a 14 against AC 10. Noble lands him square in the jaw with an improvised uppercut. Okay, so let's do 1d8 first because 1d8 is needed. 8 plus 4, 12. And then let's go ahead and roll the con save. 7. So on top of being knocked square out, this noble elf uppercuts him so hard, he's actually sent flying back a little ways and reduced to 0 HP. He is instantly knocked out. He is stunned, laying on the ground, barfing away from his intoxication. He's out of the match. And the winner of this Fist of Cuffs by knockout is the Noble. Ooh, go ahead, Noble. Yay. It sucks that you cheated on the wife. You're a piece of crap. Everyone walks away from him in disgust because, yeah. As we're walking away, we hear the drunkard pretty much tell the Noble, look, we could have been friends, but you caused this. You have burnt a bridge that cannot be rebuilt. Shame on you for the rest of your days. Shame on you. And curtain. They are no longer, there's no longer a fight going on. I walk about my day. We're gonna leave them right there. We're gonna leave them right there. We're not gonna do nothing. Okay, because that's fine. Yeah, we're gonna leave them right there, and we're gonna continue on over this way. Take a coin. We're gonna flip. Yeah. 3. All right, let's see. This is a 1d4 roll. Dang. 1d4, I'm doing pretty good at. The 20s and the 100s are kind of not good. Let's see if we can get. All right, let's do this. We have a pack of wolves. Let's do. These are 4 wolves, so we'll go ahead and do this. As a form of, okay, they're within range. Boom. Let's see if we have perception check. See if I even see them. 15 plus 2 is 17. Plus 2 because I'm proficient in the skill of perception. That is 17, 18, 19. So I notice out the corner of my eye as I look back over my shoulder as I'm walking away from the fight, a pack of wolves slowly encroaching on my position. I turn to them and attempt to intimidate. Let me. Right. So, also gonna do this. Okay. Intimidation. Okay. 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 There we go. All right. So I'm gonna roll against. I'm gonna roll 4 checks. 19. Big oof. 19. 12. 8. And then I'm going to roll 1 for me. This is intimidation check. I'm going to turn back towards them and attempt an intimidation. That is 11 plus 4 plus charisma 2 6. So that's 18. So I scare off 2 of the wolves from this pack. It has slowly decreased in size. It is no longer the formidable force it was. 2 of the wolves ran away, but the alpha remains. Let's go ahead and just erase that. Decrease this down to 2. Boom. Oh, oops. Boom. There are 2 wolves remaining. They approach my position. And I essentially am readying my weapon to fight. Let's go ahead. This is the pack alpha, and it looks like this is going to be... Okay. So there's the pack alpha and the dire wolf that are a part of this group that I don't intimidate as easily, and they slowly continue to approach me. They're scared, but they're not backing down. I essentially turn over and look. I say, "Hey, get on out of here!" And 2 of them scurry away, looking back at the other 2 while they continue approaching. They notice me. They notice me. They shrink up. They, like any other animal, they try and right? As that's occurring, I'm readying my weapon. I notice the 2 are within range, striking distance, so I'm going to go ahead and roll initiative for the 3 of us. So first me. 18, 13, 13, 19. Okay, so the direwolf goes first. I go second. The alpha goes third. That's how I did that. Direwolf. Say direwolf twice. Me, alpha, dire. Me, dire, alpha. In that order. Me, dire, alpha. Me, or no. Because the wolf goes first. Dire, me, alpha. Dire, me, alpha. Boom. I got it. Kinda. Sorta. Maybe. Okay, so bite for dire and bite for alpha. Wait, no, that's the standard. Okay. So they both have bite as an action, the dire and the alpha. So they deal different. They have the ability to knock me prone for the bite attack. So that's going to be a problem. What is prone do? Have disadvantage. Attackers have. Attackers have disadvantage. Okay, so if I'm not prone, there's a little bit technicalities on this part for the rolling bit. We gotta figure this mess out. Let's go ahead and determine the health for these wolves because, yeah. 5d10. One moment. That's more accurate. That's more like it. Okay. So hit points 27 total. There are no dire wolves because that's just way over the top. Looks like I actually have to go and get the monster manual, so one moment. BRB. So, we have the monster manual now. Let me crack this open. Find the wolf. It says basic wolf. Standard wolf. So this does not have a wolf a part of it. It says use the basic wolf, standard wolf stuff from monster manual. Normal wolf. I'm not seeing it anywhere, so we're gonna do this. Yeah, we're just gonna through. We can find a wolf of some kind. I don't know what monster manual they're talking about, but I'm not seeing. And oh wait, no, appendix. Maybe appendix will work. Maybe. Let's see. Frog, hyena, jackal, lion. Let's do. So no, ongoing. Tiger, vulture. Wolf. There we go. Found it. The basic wolf has an armor class of 13 with 2d8 plus 2. So we're gonna do one normal wolf and one alpha wolf. Luckily, the alpha is already generated, so I'm just looking for this normal wolf here, and that's gonna be a 2d8 special, 2d8 plus 2. 1 plus 1, that's 2 plus 2, so 4. The alpha is 8. Boom, HP, boom, yes, good, yay. Sweet. They both have armor classes. Let's go ahead and drag this back up. A 13, so that works for me. Okay. Okay. First time actually using Monster Manual and the Dungeon Master's Guide at the same time. This is kind of fun. I'm enjoying this. I don't know if you could tell. I'm geeking out, kind of like. That being said, words, thoughts, prayers. Say your prayer because these wolves are about to go down. So, they each have HP. Initiative is Wolf Me Alpha. So from there, it's going to be Wolf for hit. It's got to hit equal to or above my armor rating. That's an 11. Does not hit. He tries to bite me, but I dodge effortlessly. He goes, arr, and then, whee, yep, He bites a rock on the ground. His teeth are now shattered. He takes no damage, but man, is he in agony. Just hear a yelp say, arr, 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 off and behind. It's so funny. It's amazing. And then I try and hit the Alpha Pack. That's 12. Armor class of 13. Do I attempt... Do I hit? Do I add my strength? Hang on. Attack bonus is strength plus proficiency. So 4 plus 12 is 16. That definitely hits. I ready my weapon, the Warhammer. Sorry, the action was Warhammer beforehand. It was out as they approached me. I readied my Warhammer and I lift it high up above this wolf's head as he charges me. And then I whack straight on down. This is a 1d8 bludgeoning. But I'm using two-handed, so 1d10 versatile. That is a 0. I do a 0 hit with that. I smack the wolf, but it's like he's got armor on. He takes virtually no damage. He's pushed to the side. He doesn't yelp or scream. He's obviously not injured. Let's see what this alpha's got. 13 doesn't hit me. Instead, what he does, he munches on the head of the hammer. He tries to rip it out of my hand, but it's not working for him. Yeah, it's not working for him. He busts his teeth on the head of the hammer as well. I, with my strength, yank it out of his mouth. Jaws attached. Let's see what the basic wolf has got. 15 plus his strength is a +1. So it does hit me. He gnashes at me with a bite attack of a kind. We got 2d4 plus 3, so we got this one here. We got bloop, 2, 2, 4 plus 3, 7. 7 HP is dealt to me, and I have to make a DC 11 strength save or prone. So, boom. 5 plus 2 plus 2 strength. I'm going to use my reaction. Okay. Okay. So, in response to this wolf attempting to bite me, my reaction is going to be to dodge out of the way. That is going to be an athletics check. This wolf is pretty dang fast, so it's going to be set at a DC 15. Let's go ahead. He has the advantage on all fours, so it makes sense for there to be a DC there. I think DC 15 works in an attempt to dodge a wolf from biting me, so what I'm going to do is roll for strength. 7 plus 4 is 11. So I do not successfully dodge him. That uses my reaction for the turn. I can't take my turn, so it goes directly back to wolf number 2, then that wolf, and then wolf again, and then me. Yeah. Because this says right here, reaction for the round must be triggered. Oh, no, not that. It's you are only allowed to take one reaction per round, and it resets on your turn. So I might be wrong about that. I can react now. I still get my turn afterwards. So I react to the alpha's attempt to attack me, and what happens is I take 7 HP. He actually nails me pretty good. Let's go ahead and take this. Well, 13 HP remaining. From there, I wonder, actually, does it have... Okay, so 50 XP. That's not bad. Sweet. I actually have that taken care of. And I'll have to look up... Challenges around a 1, so if a quarter's at 50, 1 is 200 XP, so not bad. Do I want to start counting XP now, or do I want to wait until after Chaos is here? Because there's a lot that we could do, but yeah, there is a lot that we could do with this. I say let's forgo XP for now. We'll keep up with loot, but forgo XP. We've done a few things so far, and it's kind of gotten crazy, but I think that's okay if we just forgo XP for now. So that way we can level up together type of gist, and it's same. Clearly there's a lot of time that has passed, and so we'll have to take care of Chaos when she gets back. But apart from that, we have that done. It is now Basic Wolf's turn. He tries to gnash at me. That is a D20. Ouch. So basic attack on the wolf is bite. This says 2d4. 2d4 plus 2, so 1, 2, 3 plus 2, 5. 5 damage directly at me, but we have to do this again. So 5. 10, 12. 12 is the number of hit points headed at me. Yeah, I need to make a DC 11 saving throw. 14, so I'm not knocked down or prone. That's good. I do not get my reaction because I used it from the alpha. And this actually hits, taking me down to 1 HP. Oh boy. This kind of sucks. Kinda. I am going to... It's not my turn yet. I'm gonna get rid of that first, and then I'm gonna see what all I can do. Okay. So all three of those require attunement. Gonna leave that alone for a second. I'm hit with 1 HP. It is now the... No, that was the basic wolf's turn, so now it's my turn. I roll. That's a 1. Ouch. Painful. The roll shouldn't have happened. I should have declared what I wanted to do first. I think I'm starting to be painful. I think I am sort of kind of being kind of painful. I missed the alpha wolf. Actually, shave off his head. It is the fur off the top of his headedy head, right? Fur flies everywhere, but I deal no damage to him. I missed completely. I hit myself in the back with the hilt of the hammer. I thought it was the wolf, but in actuality, it was me. Next up is the alpha's turn. He rolls to attack me. Doesn't hit. 14 over 16 AC. He misses completely. He bites, but he bites air. His teeth in pieces hanging out of his mouth. Just right. Not good. Next up, basic wolf. He rolls a 5. Does not hit. He misses it as well. They only have bite attacks, so fairly simple, straightforward. They tried gnashing at me, but it doesn't work. They bite. I expertly dodge. Next up is my turn, and before I roll, I am going to take my action, and what I am going to do is drink... Not that. Where is it? Is it up here? Do I have it up here? Do have it up here. So I'm going to drink one of the Verdant Pulse elixirs. That brings me down to 2. And essentially, it's the action, and it says gain 2d4 plus 2 HP. So let's go ahead and find the 2d4. There you are. 2 plus 3, 5 plus 2 is 7. 7 on 1 is 8. So I have 8 HP now. Yay. And for 1 minute, if I'm reduced to 0 HP, instead of going to 0, go to 1 HP instead. Yeah, that just happened. From this, that was my action for the turn. That would make it the Alpha's turn. He rolls for hit, and that's not a hit. That's a 7. He misses again. He gnashes at me, fails. Next up is the Basic Wolf's turn. We have 11 versus 16. Misses again. He actually clips a piece of my chainmail. Is that chainmail that I got? I have chainmail. Yep, chainmail. Boom. He clips a piece of my chainmail, munches on it, gets his teeth stuck, loses another tooth. It is now my turn. I'm going to attack the Basic Wolf, get him out the way, because he's been the biggest thorn in my side this fight. We got a 14 versus an AC of 13. I definitely hit. As the wolf charges at me, I wield my warhammer from down under. I swing towards the wolf's jaw, and I nail him with 1d10 bludgeoning. 3 plus nothing bludgeoning. Hang on. Yeah, 1d10. 3 bludgeoning. I send the wolf flying, knocking him all the way back behind the alpha wolf. They both duck, or sorry, the alpha wolf ducks in anticipation on where his comrade is going. Knock him down 3 HP. He's now left with 1 HP. Completely bewildered. The wolf stands shakily up. He's on his last pinch of life. He doesn't like being hit at all. Okay, so nothing of major importance there, but I am gonna keep this open because Alpha Wolf is about to be next. That was my turn after basic, so it's Alpha Wolf's turn. He tries to bite me for, yeah, he munches on my wrist. He says nom 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 nom. It is very painful, very sharp, crooked teeth. It's not fun. 2d4 plus 3. 3 plus 2, 5 plus 3 is 8. 8. I have to make a DC 11 strength save or prone. Boom. That's an 11. I expertly evade this bite. Or sorry, I don't evade the bite. I take the damage. He munches on me, but I don't go prone, and I'm not. Yeah. The strength save was to prevent me from going prone. My reaction is gonna be to I'm allowed a reaction. It reset on my last turn, so it works. There is one thing that I have not used yet. Did I put it up here? I did. It's up here. Attackers have disadvantage for 1 round, so they have to re-roll. Boom. Re-roll a hit, take the lower number. That is a 3 and a 12. That disadvantage on the hit die equates to him missing me completely with that damage. My reaction is to don the Cloak of Flicker. For 1 time a day, attackers at disadvantage for 1 round on attack rolls. That being the case, I have that being a thing on the hit die. He misses completely. That instead, he hits the after image of the cloak I just placed over my head, and he misses entirely, munches on the cloak, tears it up like a wild bull. Very, 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 very angry wolf. Very, 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 very close call. That would have sucked. Next up is the basic wolf. Basic wolf tries and bites at me. That's a 14 for 16 AC. Misses completely again. He hits my toe with a snout. He says, "Arf, arf." No good. He rolls in the dirt. It's not fun. After that, it is my turn. That is a 1. I fail epically at landing a hit on the basic wolf. I step on his tail. He yelps, but in the process of him running off, he actually trips my foot up a little bit. I have my balance. I'm good. I believe this is an acrobatics check, strength check. That's a 2 plus 2, 4. So, yeah, he essentially knocks me on my butt completely. I'm not prone, but I'm on my butt. That's from me stepping on his tail, him yelping, and then flying off separately. That being the case, next up is Alpha Wolf. Roll. That is a 9 against AC of 16. Fails again. Misses again. Yeah, he munches some cloth off of my clothing set. I got a bite mark out of the cloth I wear. My gray hemmed shorts have now a bite mark in them, but they're not like bloodied, right? Yeah. Separate from that, I think I want to do. That was the alpha. No, that was the basic, which means it's my turn. So I go ahead and roll for my hit because I'm gonna swing up at him. That's 18. Attack bonus is 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 on the basic wolf. 13 misses. I nick his fur. I nick his leg. He doesn't yelp. He doesn't squeak. He doesn't do anything. He instead dodges expertly out of my reach with his warhammer. It's kind of nuts. This fight is an intense one, I will say. As the sweat off my brow drips and the blood on the wolf's fur begins to glisten, I note that the sun is high in the sky as the alpha wolf makes his approach to attack. That is a D20. Critical hit. Alpha wolf has, I believe, 2d4 plus 3. 3, 4. 7 plus 3 is 10. One, 2, 3, 13. Ah. Let me think. This is the alpha wolf? Yeah, this is the alpha wolf. Okay, so I need to look something up real quick. Okay. So that's a thing. Let's go ahead and take a look at here. Hmm. Big sad. Thinking. I want to use a reaction. And I'm tossed between using a... Because this is the Alpha Wolf, so it's got 8 HP. It's got 1d4. I can easily make a 5 out of that, but there's a problem, and that the attack would still go through, and that's not a thing I can do. So, reaction would be to drink another potion. Verdant Pulse Elixir. I'm down to my last one. This replenishes 2d4 plus 2 HP, so it would be 1 plus 2, 3 plus 2 is 5, 5 plus 8, 13 HP. 13 HP. What did I say the wolf's attack was? Because he got a critical. I know he did. I think he got, what, 12? I think he got 12. I don't know. That would put me at 1. Sorry. Here we go. I have 1 HP. I'm nearly escaped again. It is now the basic wolf's turn. Yeah, basic wolf's turn. 16. He lands a 10. Misses me completely. Snarls, bites, naps. Doesn't hit me at all. I then proceed to roll a 17. And I swing at the alpha, hoping to damage him a lot. 1d10 bludgeoning. That is a 9 on the bludgeoning. I hit him with 9 HP. Dead on the spot. There is only the basic wolf and me left in this fight. The other two have scurried off, and I have killed one of these wolves, which is muy bueno. From here, we take care of the initiative. I think basic wolf has his turn now, and then it is the alpha's wolf turn. So that is a 12 on 16 AC. Does nothing to me. I take my turn in an attempt to swing at him. That is another 18. 18 over AC of 13. Definite hit. I swing at him with my Warhammer one more time for a 1d10 worth of bludgeoning. That is a 7. Instantly kills that wolf. I have downed 2 of them now. The resulting... Yeah. The resulting swing sounds off with a swift crack and squelch. Both wolves now lay dead in front of me. Okay. Okay. Okay, sweet. So, as they lay dead in front of me, I then proceed to walk up to them and attempt to harvest materials, and I get loot from them as well from this. I get 18 silver pieces, 7 gold pieces, so 79. 79. And what was that? 7 gold pieces, so 406. Yay. A bloodstained leather pouch with 1 small polished agate. It's worth 10 pieces, 10 gold pieces. We're gonna do this. Am I pronouncing that right? Agate? I think I am. Maybe, sorta. Could be wrong. Feel free to correct me in the comments. I don't know. From here, from the alpha, we harvest an alpha pelts worth 15 gold pieces. Ooh. If carefully harvested. So I use the dagger to harvest this pelt. I'm going to go ahead and roll for DC of 12. And I think, yep, I got 14. So I harvest this alpha pelt pristinely. I'm going to attempt to, like, send it somewhere to get crafted into, like, a cloak of some kind. Because I don't want to be venturing around without stuffs, right? Without looking at least a little bit cool. My character deserves, I think, to look a little bit cool after the crap I've drug him through. From the basic wolf, I get rations. 3 days worth of edible meat. So this increases my rations by 3. Let's go ahead and bring this up here. Three days ration. Oh, nope. 3 plus 5 is 8 rations for 8 days. Yeah. So we get all that from it, which is cool. I'm gonna wait on that because I'm gonna wait for, because I don't know how to craft things. So I know how to harvest via survival, and I can send that off to get crafted and stuff. So that works. Yeah, both wolves are dead, so we go over here. Boom. Dead wolves. Big sad. I win. Haha. Did I get? I need to add that. I need to add that right now before I forget, because I'm gonna forget if I don't. That's my personal note to it. We're good there. That's good. Okay, good. Yep, we're gonna take this. We're gonna go back to this. D20 is first. Yep. Okay, good. That's good. I don't need this, at least for right now I don't, so I'm gonna set it right there. That's good. That's good. Let's reset these dice because, golly, I used a lot. Golly, I used a lot. We're gonna keep 1d20 out for safe use because, yeah. Let's go ahead and after the bloody escape and the kills, you harvest the alpha wolf. Take it with you along your way, as well as some of the gold. You got some silver from it. I killed 2 wolves, so I get XP from it. Not psych. We're gonna wait until chaos is here before we start adding XP. Until then, everything is second level on my level. We're gonna have some fightings to do to get through type stuff, and we're gonna work our way to getting to the end of stream while attempting to stay alive. I note my injuries are not so severe as to be incapacitated, but I am verging on collapse with only 1 HP. And I really, 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 really want to get to an inn before I go and, pass out completely. So I'm going to go ahead and my decision is to go to an inn. And we're going to use the encounters the same way we've been. So on the same page. Go ahead first. Good. So nat 20 on that. I cannot use that. If I do, it breaks stuff. So as I'm walking down this path towards the guild hall, I start to notice on top of colors being changed, rocks beginning to float in the air. It's kind of crazy. I was not expecting there to be rocks floating the way they were. I think it's anti-gravity magic, but there's no telling, honestly. There really, really isn't. I'm gonna take a shortcut through some houses and get to another footpath that looks a little bit more familiar. I'm gonna continue on down this path, and then we're gonna do absolutely nothing because there's no interaction there. So we're gonna keep on trucking all the way down. Boom. Keep on going. We passing by town hall. Let's see if we have an encounter here. Nope, nothing. As we pass on, we notice a lot of people all the way around town. They're cool. I make it to the inn. I'm like, hey, I need a complete bed and food and shelter for like an entire day because I am completely toast, exhausted, tired. I am got blood all over my clothes. I need them washed. If you can wash them for me, that'd be great. I need you to take care of me for the day because I've been through the ringer. Could you hook me up with a room? I got 15 gold pieces. I'll throw in another 5 if you can get me this room. Receptionist goes, yeah. We got a room up here. Follow me. And we go all the way up the stairs. She introduces me to the room, says, hey, look, here you go. You got a bath here. You got, what's the word? What do you call them? The things in the buckets of water you use to rinse your clothes out. You got one of those off in the corner you can wash your clothes with for when you're well rested. We'll have room service up in a moment, bringing you food and stuff. So stay tight, stay cool, stay here. We'll be up here momentarily with a feast. I appreciate her. Hand off the 20 gold pieces as promised. 6, 14, so be 90, 86, 386. Is that the correct number? 14 is 9, 4. So yeah, I think that works. Kinda. Sorta. Feel free to correct me on the math. I'm not sure about that. kind of meh. Um, sure enough, that's exactly what happens. She brings up room service. We got a whole bunch of food, a whole bunch of num nums happening. It's very tasty, very delightful. At the end of the day, I am also very tired. I don't want to have to deal with another person or talk to anyone or encounter anything. So I call it a night. I shut my lantern off and I curl up into the bed, freshly bandaged, freshly fed, and I'm passing out. Let's go ahead and do this because a long rest, because I'm resting an entire day, we get our total HP back, I think. Usually I'm expending hit die. That's on short rest. Long rest, I recover all of my HP. So that's there. That's how that works. Health potions are the only thing that can replenish, and I'm not wanting to drink my health potion, the last one I have, because I need to go and get more. So yeah, I gotta wait. Gosh, it's been a wild ride so far, chat. It's been kind of crazy. We got attacked by wolves. We coached a brawl between a drunkard and a noble elf. It's kind of nuts. We finished off the quest from last stream. We got the crystal dispelled, decursed, and we got it back as an item. I think I'm going to spend the next day attuning to the 3 magical items I have attached to me. That is the... Hang on, let me get to it. So I'm looking to attune to the Nocturne Ascendant Crystal from the quest earlier. I'm looking to attune to the Noctium Sphere, which we achieved yesterday's quest when we helped the village out with the well. I'm also looking to attune to the Whisper Glass Shard. I kind of want to generate that image. I might actually do that here in a second because, yeah, that needs to become a image with description and stuff, because I got like images that are generated from like a D&D type of perspective. They look fire, and I would very much like to have a Whispered Glass Shard like as a single PNG instead of screenshot paste, right? I'm gonna spend the next day at this place attuning to this. Daily cost for room and food is 15. The 20 was for an expedited, hey, put me in a room now type of gist. They were nice enough to give me the room, so it kind of works. I'm going to spend another 15 gold pieces on another day. This is 71 gold pieces. From here, I want to attune... Where is it? It was up here. Is it down here now? It is. So it physically will not let me put any more items here. This doesn't need attunement. What am I doing? Sorry. I just realized. I read that out loud on chat a second ago. The book, the DM guide, essentially said for attunement, you can only be attuned to up to 3 magical items at a single time. The Cloak of Flicker is a wearable piece of garment that is a 1-a-day use without need for attunement. So it's just there to use whenever. The ring is a wearable object too, which is a constant effect. It's not like it's a usable thing. The Nocturne Sphere, the Ascendant Crystal, and the Shard all have charges that require attunement. One of them's a legendary item, that's the Sphere. And then the other one's a extremely rare, very rare item, that's the Crystal, and the Shard is like rare-ish, common, uncommon-ish type of gist, right? And all three of them need attunement in order to actually cast their full potential for magic ability. I'm attuned to all three. They each have their charges and uses, so that's a thing. We're going to leave that category alone. I kind of want, for this PDF, I want to take everything under the Explorers Pact and put it down here. But the problem with doing that is I'll run into the same problem I did above, where the text will shrink and then I'll be limited to X amount of space, and then I won't have anywhere else to go. Kinda. And what I think I want to do is I kind of want to get cards, like index cards. I want to write down every little thing about them, and I want to like have them not in a deck but in a pile for what I need to check. So I'm just picking them up. Oh, this. Hang on, this. Yeah, I could use this. You know, I could tear it, or I guess put a big old 0 goose egg in like parentheses for when they're completely used up. I have none type of gist, and that's a thing. But I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do that. So, meh. I'll figure it out later. Let's see. We've been streaming for 4 hours, and there's a little bit I've got to figure out before I can continue with my decision making for where I want to go after I've rested and attuned here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press the BRB button. This is your time to go get a drink, go get food, go use the restroom, have a chill moment, think to yourself, meditate. The game's only just begun, and we have gotten so far into it so far, and I kind of want to continue. I really want to continue. I've got 2 hours remaining to stream. That's happening. We're going to continue. Yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed it so far. I'm not ending stream. I'm pressing the BRB button, the pause button, for like 5-ish minutes. Take your time. See you guys in a second, okay? I will be right back. Thank you for watching. Give me a moment. I need a break. BRB. Alrighty. Alrighty, righty, righty. All right. Yowie. Yowie? Alright, yowie. Alright, yowie? Alright, yowie. It's getting cool enough I can finally put my hat back on without sweating up a storm. I'm saying it isn't cooking in here, but it is 100% getting cooler, and I can feel it. It's alright now. I'm okay. We're okay. We're alright. Yes, we're back. Welcome, chat. Welcome back to stream. Welcome, 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 welcome. Man, is stream suffering right now. Not even gonna try and recover that. I'm looking at 417 on stream. I'm looking at 344 over on recording. We got roughly another 2 hours. I'm gonna end stream in 2 hours. Recording's gonna be a little short, maybe 10-15 minutes, so I might run over that 6 hour mark, but hey, that works. I have no problem with that. Got to thinking. I think I'm just going to continue on my trek northeast because I do want to leave the city a little bit. I want to venture out into the open and see what all I can do out there type of gist. I want to go based on like a big encounter, and then from there have tie-in encounters left, right, and center. And then that's going to be like a multi-stage, many different objective type gists. So story, event, attack, whole 9 yards. And with my newly attuned items, we could be good to go. Could be good to go with the attuned items now. And I have all three pulled up on my laptop, so super quick and efficient look over. Ooh, do this. Okay, that's big. And go ahead and put this here for ease of use. Boom. We're gonna do this. We're gonna take that one, put it there for ease of use. We're gonna leave this one right here. And no. We'll do that for ease of go back and forth. And then I gotta open up these two. This is the bottom half of this one right here. Good. Boom. Yay. Now I can switch between this and this. We're pretty much good to go. Okay. Okay. Good. We are here. I bid the end keep farewell and thank you. I appreciate all of what she did for me. Appreciate all what they did for me. The food was delicious. I am at 100% again. I'm at max HP. All my stuff is good to go. I don't think I've changed much outside of the health potions, the rations, and there was one thing I used. I don't think I expended any spell slots. There was something I used. I can't remember what though. Did I use something and change it to 0? I don't think I did. Yeah, I don't think I did. Okay. Okay, good. All right. From here, I'm going to make the decision to continue northeast. I'm going to keep going up here. Stop. We got to see if we got an encounter. We do not. We pass by Town Hall without as much as any conflict, which is very good. We don't want to cause a scene in the city. That would kind of suck. Continue onward as we approach an archway. See if we get an encounter. We do get an encounter. This is a 1d20 encounter. Let me go ahead and just Good. Okay. I have the 1d20 here. Roll for 20. We have 15. So as I'm passing this corner, I notice a priest that travels around often. Let's go ahead and do this. Boom. Not exactly white, but not exactly black. Let's do that. We'll do this. Bring him down to 1. Yes. Wait. Is this the correct one? Hope it is. Can we... I'm going to save this file because I think it's kind of buggy. Mine no show up. This is the right PC. What is going on? Oh, wait. Is it this right here? No. Opacity's turned up. Why are you being weird? There's a priest on this corner. I don't know why it's being dumb. That one works. Is not visible. This one's not visible. That's why I selected this one. This one is visible. I'm just gonna use that. I don't... Sure. Uh-huh. So here's our priest. He's talking in words I could barely make out and understand. Essentially, he is blessing those who pass by for a donation. I look at him, my paladin self, and I exclaim, I cannot be persuaded to donate for religion if I don't know said religion. This is where I make up stuff. Hang on. kind of nuts, kind of cool, kind of awesome, kind of sure. So I ask him, what faith are you with, brother? He says, the concord of the two flame. I go, oh, really? He goes, yes. He begins to enlighten me on what his religion's about. Essentially, he goes into detail describing two deities, one called the First Flame, the other called the Veiled Ember, and how one's domain is over light and the other is twilight. Their tendencies are pretty much vast, but they're gods, so hard to comprehend. He goes into the core doctrine of the religion. All things exist between flame and shadow. We believe that the universe is a balance act between creation, the Aurelion, the First Flame, and the Veiled Ember, Actyra. Too much order leads to stagnation. Too much chaos leads to destruction. We believe we must walk in the line between the two. I ask him, which order is he with if there are two gods potentially to worship? He says, I'm with the Radiant Path, or the Orthodox Church in this case. He says, I'm a priest of Aurelion. I worship him as a supreme being. I'm just a lower priest. Below me are Templars. We of the hierarchy are very select in our peoples to serve the greater wills. You'll see us scattered about, fairly common among different kingdoms and whatnot. We are essentially the official religion of the land. We believe in his light and only his light. He said, would you be willing to receive a blessing from his greatness for a small donation of 1 gold coin? I go, sure, why not? I'm a paladin looking for an oath anyway. I'll eventually come across a need for an oath. I would proceed to give him 1 gold coin. Get a 1d4 to determine the blessing we just received. That is a 1. Sweet. Okay. So for the next day, let's go ahead and just... I think this is going to be blessing. So for 24 hours, we have shed light in a 10-foot radius, dim light for an additional 10. So this blessing is essentially that of, what was the name of it? Kindled Radiance. Boom. There we go. So blessing Kindled Radiance for 24 hours. I shed light in a 10-foot radius plus an additional 10 feet of dim light. I can add any 1d4 to any saving throw after rolling for that saving throw, and that's essentially what happens there. So I can make a d4, add that number to the d20 plus whatever proficiencies, modifiers, whatever. That's at the end of it, and then I'll get that plus the save, and yeah, that's for the next 24 hours, which means time is now of thing. I have to be very, very careful. Any short rests being that of like 4 hours or long rest for 8 hours is going to be eating into that time. And from this point forward, I'll be keeping track of exactly like how much stuff we do. So that way it's like super compact, very, very neat all the way through. When that 24 hours is up, I imagine it's going to be either halfway or right at when it's up, that will be towards the end of stream, because that's just how time works, especially when you've condensed it as much as this. So something new, something eventful to do. The priest stays there. He says, "Fare thee well. May you have a blessed day, brother." So you too have a great day. I move on from the priest, and we continue on our path, our little journey. Let's call that 6, 8, 9. So let's do a flip for this. Nada, which is okay. Which is okay. Because it's getting kind of dark and I'm getting a little hard at seeing over here, I'm going to go turn on my light real quick. Let there be light. And there was light. Look at that, chat. There is light. Bum-ba-da-dum. Yay, you can see me now. It's very apparent that there's a different feeling with the light on. Very, very different. Kind of nuts, kind of crazy, kind of cool, kind of high. Good? Good. Okay, so, yeah, fairly well. We continue onward. We continue. That was an indecisive coin toss. Boom. Let's roll a d20. That's a 20. Remind me what this does again, Mr. Krabs. So as we continue beyond this orphanage, I noticed that a few of the rocks around this statue here begin to float high up above the statue. I don't know what's causing these magical disturbances, but man, is it something fierce to have changed the color and elevate rocks left, right, and center. I hope no one gets smushed or hit by these rocks. It'd be kind of painful. As we continue onward, I note another priest, Ratia. I notice him walking away from this house as I'm walking towards it. This is him walking away. This is me walking towards. I glance at him briefly. I tell him, "I've already donated. I can't donate anymore. I'm sorry." I move on from the priest. He says, "Have a blessed day." I say, "Bye. You have a good day." We continue on our way. That is not a coin. That is a metal die. I almost tried flipping like a coin. Sweet. Okay. So, um, on the way to the northeast gate to figure out what I want to do next, I encounter a small child next to the gate. So we're going to throw this here. We're going to do this here. Throw this right here. Boom. I noticed him. I'm like, oh no. I take concern. I'm like, hey, are you lost, little guy? He goes, yeah. I lost my mom. I lost my dad. Could you help me find them? I go, sure. Sure, I have no problem helping you find them. With the kid in tow. Let me go ahead. There we go. There we go. With the kid in tow, we go and find his mom and his dad. We're looking around town away from the gate because clearly he didn't come from outside the gate. Otherwise, the guards would have pretty much stopped him. Because I know for a fact it goes right there. We continue onward towards our south, trying to figure out where mom and dad are. I ask him, I say, hey, what do you remember? He said, we followed the lights. Mom said to stay close, and there were music people nearby. I could hear music. I said, okay, okay. I asked him, I said, hey, do you know where exactly you came from? Which direction you were walking in before you had stopped? He said, yeah, I came from over there, pointing to the east. Um, I then proceed to ask him his parents' names, his name, get his information, so that way it's a fair trade of information. I asked him, I said, hey, what's your name? He said, my name is Aaron. I'm like, okay, okay, so Aaron, that's your name? He goes, yeah. My mom's name is Lisa. My dad's name is Bob. I'm like, okay, so Lisa and Bob, that's good. You know their names. Awesome. Uh, how do we? So, sorry, trying to think. While also organizing, because organizing is a thing. Sweet. Okay. So, we got through conversing about his family, where he was, what happened to him, and he's like, "Yeah, there was this festival in town that we were supposed to go to together as, but we got caught up in a crowd, and I lost track of him." You can spot my dad. He's got a blue shirt on, and my mom's wearing a white dress for festivals. Um, they're just having fun, listening to music and munching on some good food. I go, okay, okay. Um, So, okay. There might be a festival in town up ahead. Let's see if we can discover what's happening here. So, and he's like, okay, let's continue. I'm gonna do this. This is the event marker. We're gonna do this right here. Uh-huh. Let's bring that to 15, actually. Yeah, that's more like it. And then I'll bring the opacity down to 30. And then we'll put pink up. Bright pink. Boom. There we go. Boom. Oh, hello. This one. Boom. As we continue along, I roll perception to figure out what the heck is going on. I can't discern anything other than the footpath in front of me and the child directly next to me hanging on to my shirt. Trying to figure out exactly what I could look for to find his parents. I'm not entirely sure where to begin. We continued on south, thinking we might find something, and sure enough, there was a crowd of people standing in the way. We didn't know what the heck was going on, just that there was a crowd of people. I asked a random villager off to the side and go, hey, what's going on around here? He's like, hey, there's a festival. This is the great festival. It happens yearly. I forget the name of it off the top of my head, but you should try and hang out, have a little fun. There's plenty to eat here, plenty to do. We got little mini games for the kids. There's a huge tent over here. He points over here for the adults to go by and eat their fill. Just be careful of the drunkards. We don't want you starting a fight. We don't want any fighting happening. I go, okay. Where exactly would couples be for their kids? Where would they stand by for their kids? And he points somewhere over here, where there's a direct line of sight between the parents and the kids. And yeah, we continue to head that way, thinking, okay, so they must be over here. It's gotta be. That makes the most sense, so it should be, right? We go over there, and I roll another persuasion check. I take a look around, trying to find exactly if there are any parents nearby. Sure enough, there are. There are plenty of parents nearby with a bunch of kids swarming. Everybody's having fun. It's a gleeful time. I can smell the meat. I can hear the flies nipping up the trash. I can hear people eating and talking about their lives. It's really observant is what I am right now. And I'm looking and looking and looking, and I'm not seeing the parents anywhere. But someone out the corner of my eye decides to come up and converse with us and goes, hey, I know that kid. You're Aaron, right? He goes, yeah, I'm Aaron. Do you know where my mom and dad are? Random villager goes, no, I don't, unfortunately. I saw them a little while ago. They left in search of you. I didn't see you with them, so I figured they may have left you home. I'm like, no. I'm like, no. Aaron's like, no, I was with them, and I lost sight of them on the way. I don't know exactly where they are. Do you know where exactly they went from here? Villager points off in the distance over yonder. They went that way. Hadn't been maybe 10, 15 minutes. You could probably catch them if you started to run that way. I go, okay. I lift the kid up onto my shoulders. Let's make sure I can do that. Oh, yeah, I lift him with relative ease. I set him up on my shoulders. And at a firm stance, I begin to run that way in hopes of finding this child's lost parents. We continue up over here. We dash through everything as fast as we can. Let's go ahead and do this right here. And we find the parents. Look at that. I spot a man with a blue shirt on. I grab his shoulder. I turn him. I'm like, Aaron, is this him? Is this your dad? He goes, yeah, that's my dad. That's my dad. Yeah, I found my dad. I'm like, yeah. I turn the kid and go, hey, there you go. Look at that. We found him. That the Bob then turns to me and goes, "Yeah, thanks for finding the kid. Thanks for escorting him back. Uh, I don't have anything to pay you for a reward. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. We were looking for him all day." I go, "Yeah, you need to take better care to understand where he is at all times, know where he is, so you're not losing track of him." He goes, "Yeah, I know. I shouldn't have looked away. It was for all of like a second. He just disappeared." I'm like, kids will do that. They'll follow you until you stop, and they keep going. Gotta keep an eye out for them. He goes, "Yeah, fair point." He says, "Look, I'll owe you one, okay? I owe you one. Thank you for finding him. It's greatly appreciated. I appreciate you finding him. Yeah, not a problem. Just keep an eye on him, would you?" And he agrees. He nods. He says, "Yeah," and then we move on. And it's all good. I didn't realize how short the recording is gonna be. It's gonna be short. Just an FYI. Wow. Okay. Apart from that, though, we return the kid. We get a favor with a family in the community, so +1 for the next. Okay, that's just a quick reference for me. From here, I go, "Yeah, I'll see you around, kid, okay?" He goes, "Yeah, see ya." And turn him over to his parents. Uh-oh, not this. Boom. This is me. Good. I don't know why YouTube's having such an issue with its chat. It keeps disconnecting me, apparently. Even though my stream is fairly smooth. Nothing like hiccupy, nothing bad about it. It looks good. Twitch is good. TikTok is good. I don't know what the heck is going on with it. It's weird. Okay. From here, I decided to continue northeast from where I am to continue on that path, that direction. Let's keep on going. Let's keep on going. So from here, we continue onward through the gates. I wave bye to the guards. I'm off. I'll see you guys later. It's cool. Let's go ahead and see if we have an interaction going on. We do. 16. I think you guys can hear my nephew, and it's kind of adorable. What in the world? That's kind of bizarre. I've never seen that character before. Kind of nuts. So, as I leave and round the first curve, I see there's a swarm of insects that will descend upon me. They're not harmless, but there's a huge swarm of them. They're annoying. Let's go ahead and do this right here. Boom. Insects are green, so we're going to do something like this right here. Boom. Boom. We're going to do this with the opacity like 70-ish. We'll do a swarm of 10. This is our insect swarm right here. In an attempt to escape, I proceed to full sprint my way all the way down this road here. I make it to the edge, turn right. Crazy flip right there. That was a good one. From here, I continue all the way into this shop right here. I believe this is where we crashed into... Is this where we crashed into? I don't think it was. I don't think it was. I crashed through the door. Boom. I need help. There are insects chasing me. He goes, oh, we got you. We got you covered. Come on in. Come on in. One moment. I have to... I'm going to look this up. Okay. 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 So as the barge in, he's like, "Whoa, hi, how you doing? What's up? I'm just a footwear." I'm like, "Hey, do you have anything I could use to traverse through rough terrain? I seem to be catching a lot of bad luck when it comes to the terrain changes." He goes, "Oh yeah, sure. I'm a master craftsman at shoes. Here are my wares." And then he essentially has a list of 3 items, 3 services that he can immediately provide. His first set of items is a traveler's sturdy boots. Um, that'll give me a set of stats. He says, "Here's some traveler's sturdy boots. Here's some silent steps slippers, and I've got a set of heat kissed work boots, for when you're walking around on fire, for whatever reason. And I could service you something special. I can either repair your boot and reinforce it, or I can make a custom fit just for you. or I can modify your footwear dependent on your needs. I said, okay, okay. So I'd like, let me think. Okay. So he's got priced ones. The Traveler's sturdy boots are 35 gold pieces. The Silent Step slippers are 50. Heat Kissed work boots are 40. His services are ranged between 5 and 15, depending on how much repair and reinforcements are needed, as well as the custom fit footwear for 15 to 25, because he's got to make that. And then specialty for the modification, specialty mods are going to be anywhere between 10 and 20. He says, because I'm a part of the guild, I get a 20% discount. So it'll be roughly four-ish, 4 to 5 gold pieces off of whatever I purchase. I'm like, oh, okay, sweet. So I think I'm gonna choose. So I'm gonna go ahead and nab the Heat Kissed work boots for 35 gold pieces. And I kind of want him to modify what they do. I'm gonna roll 1d6 for which modification, so it's fair. That's a 3. So spring heels, 5 feet jump distance. Okay, sweet. So for 35 gold pieces plus, we'll just put that at 10. So 45 gold pieces total. I get a set of boots, and they are going to be modified for jumping decent distance. So that's a thing. I'm gonna go ahead and spend 45 on this. That puts me at 45. Look at, oh wait, no, that's not 45. That's something else. 325. There we go. My math wasn't mathing there for a second. From this, I get. Dang it. From this, I get a problem because I've got stuff to situate and figure out, which kind of sucks because I'm like, A, B, and C. How do I wish to do this? Kind of thing. Gosh. Let's go ahead and just toss them over here for a second. That's good. Okay, and then the modification is going to be that works. That's good. Good and gold. All good. All good. Let's go ahead and actually see if we can like take some of this and put it down there. I like the idea of this right here, this right here, this right here. Let's go ahead and not that one. Just these. Control C. I want to put these down here. And then these ones right here, I want to copy and paste this. Oh boy. There we go. There we go. And then I'm gonna put, because these are now down there. I could delete these. I could do this. Good. That's a lot of text. Definitely going to be investing in a card or a deck of cards here soon to list all this stuff because, golly, that is a lot. This is up there. Delete here. Good. Definitely going to be marking that one. Okay, good. That's all organized, kinda. Okay, let's do this. Boom. There we go. That would actually, that works out greatly for me. I could do this too. Okay, that was kind of a waste, but I don't really care. go ahead and bring this down here. Consumables. Boom, boom, boom. Yay. Okay. That's now organized. Kinda. Yes, I'm adding another. Meh. Okay, good. From here, I thank him for his services as well as the items. Yeah. I bid him farewell after handing him over the gold, and he's handing over the pieces of clothing. I now have boot. I have boot, I have cloak, I have ring, and I have common clothes set. So I can avoid heat, I can avoid attack, I can breathe underwater and swim, which is kind of good. So let's continue on. By the way, all of those are equipped. The clothing, the cloak, the ring, and the boots. Okay. Okay. I think I'm also equipped with chainmail. Yeah, I have chainmail. This is all equipped. Chainmail, and then this. Yeah. None of those require entombment either. None of these do. With this being the case, I make my way southwest, because I want to revisit some older places type of thing. On the way to visiting some places, I note the breeze across my face. Nope, inconclusive. Not out there. It's like I mashed my thumb on something, but I can't remember what. It's kind of nuts, not gonna lie. More wind across my face. It's kind of crazy. Wasn't expecting there to be this much wind. It's gotten so windy. It's like there's a storm ahead. Eventually the path fades as I'm venturing and flinging a coin across the way. Golly. I find the coin. Still nothing happens though. Not seeing any danger or encounters. I proceed to continue on this way. I don't know who's cooking what, but man, does it sound and smell so good right now. Kind of jealous, not gonna lie. Boom. There we go. There's a 15. What does a 15 look like real quick? So, as I continue along the path, I note there being several buildings around. I note that there are some shady figures in town. Insight check. Let's take a look. Insight. Wisdom 02. So 14. I peer around corners of the houses. I look around me. I really gather intelligence based on sight. Best I can foresee is they're mercenaries and they're protecting the town. That's why they're kind of weary of me waltzing through town. I'm kind of a foreigner and they don't know what to think of it. So they're on the defense. They're on the fence about me. Proceed to continue walking through town because none of them they don't really engage with me. They just talk amongst themselves. They're muttering different things, which is completely fine, completely ordinary. As I pass by the local alchemists, let's see if there is. There is. Okay. 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 Just. Okay. Man, this is very, 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 very lopsided because there is no real suspense when I'm both DM and player. I'm reading mind and trying to be player and act out at the same time, right? It is such a buzzkill for me, but I'm going to try my best and get this right the first time for you guys. So, I stumble into town to a party being held. This town is protected by mercenaries, as far as I could surmise. That's what makes it kind of eerie. Let's go ahead and add a purple dot to this. It's okay if it's not crazy. We'll do 40. So we have, oh, hello, wrong one. We need event markers. Boom, this one. So as I stumble into town past the merchant shop here, I stumble into what appears to be a religious festival with a bunch of masked partygoers. They're chanting, repeating the same phrases over and over. Um, they're not really giving the welcoming vibe. They're more so aggressively, like, some of them are aggressively chanting, some of them aren't. Some of them are singing the chant instead of just outright saying it. Um, I guess I might as well roll a perception check here. I don't think there's much to this party other than a religious fair festival type gist. Um, I know that the mercenaries seemed eerie, and the chanting just adds to the suspense of what could be the point of this festival. Um, let's see. Okay. I've noticed there is no real center point to it. It's just a lot of food and a lot of people out in the streets having fun, masked and whatnot, celebrating their religion. Um, I take part in some of the cuisines. I purchase some stuff. I go and buy some gator on a stick. I don't know if there are gators in this place or not, but I asked the vendor. I say, "What's that right there?" He goes, "Oh, this is a lizard on a stick. Yeah, he's a big guy, big, big, big lizard." And I'm like, "Wow, that's a lot of meat." He goes, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Gator on a stick is pretty tasty. It's like chicken." I'm like, really? He goes, "Yeah." I spend 3 gold pieces on gator on a stick. Um, he then goes and essentially says, "Hey, if you're interested, you should probably visit the mask shop, considering it's a masked religion, and we're not really supposed to be seeing each other's faces at this time. This is the one time a year you can wear a mask here, and you don't want to miss out on the festivities." I'm like, "Oh, really?" He goes, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Go over to the mask shop across the way. They'll point you to some masks that are pretty cool. They look all right in my opinion, but someone from the outside might not be appreciative of them. See what you think. Go over, see what you think." I'm like, "Oh, okay, sure." So I venture across the way to another vendor, mask shop. I look around. I note some masks that look kind of contorted. It looks like people suffering almost. You got the happy and the sad masks up in the corners type of gist, and then throughout you have different contortions of the human face, as well as some onigiri type stuff where there's a bunch of beast looking faces. You know what? I have toxic candy in front of me. I have been munching this whole time. I've just been telling a story. So here I go. I'm gonna eat some sour candy and tell a story at the same time because, oh boy, is sour candy just tasty. But I'm looking around at these masks going, "Huh, I wonder which one I should pick. I wonder which one would work for me." Luckily, I'm not one for. So my character is not one for covering his face entirely. If there's like a half mask, he'll buy it. Um, I asked the vendor, "Hey, do you have any half face masks?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Yeah." Um, every time. So there's a hole in the middle, so I'm just getting pure sour. Wow. There we go. There we go. Now it's getting a little sweeter. He goes, "Yeah, we got masks from all over. We got metal masks, we got plastic masks, we got paper masks if you're not comfortable with wearing something like that." I'm like, "Yeah, I'd like to take a half mask, please. If I can get something that covers the right hand side of my face, like towards the middle, that'd be great." He goes, "Yeah, yeah, we got plenty of those here." He presents me with a mask. Hang on. Hmm. I see. Okay. So he hands me a half face mask. It looks like a contorted figure off to the side, like uh, like a fire demon's just frowning. I ask him how much for the mask. He goes, 20 gold pieces. I'll, seeing as you're part of the guild and it's festive, I'll give you a 30% discount. I go, okay, yeah, yeah, that works, that works. So I buy the mask for roughly 17 pieces. Kidding. No, yeah, 17 makes sense. So 1, 2, 5, like that. From there, I then equip said mask. Let's go ahead and just toss this here. So I get a mask, put it on for the festivities. I head out of camp. Out of the tent he set up for himself. Sour. Um, I note that everyone's still chanting. I walk around for a little bit, munching on my gator. Okay, so I'm mildly suspicious. I ask around, so I think I'm gonna do. Yeah, not. I'm gonna do investigation and perception. Huh? Oh, I have food. Chat. I gotta press BRB. I've been called away. BRB. All right. So I recognize we're in the middle of technically discovering things here. I'm gonna end stream early. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours, and I've been recording for almost 5 hours exactly. I'm gonna call it 30 minutes early because I have not ate much today outside of candy and a very small amount of pork, and I just got a heaping bowl of rice and meat, and it looks oh so tantalizing. Hang on. Just got burn myself. Pardon me. That tastes great, and I want more of it. But I know if I eat this, I'm definitely going to be running out of time on stream. So, pardon me for calling it early. I'm sorry you didn't get to see much of the lists that I was going off of. I understand I've had a lot of technical difficulties today, and that's going to proceed to happen if I proceed to use that along with all of this. So, thank you guys so much for watching. If you enjoyed this stream, consider giving a like. If you're new, consider subscribing or following. If you honestly enjoy this kind of content, this was a first for me. I've never streamed D&D before, and this is honestly first time experience trying to DM and play the game at the same time. Being by myself kind of sucks, not gonna lie. I wish I had more people to play with, but I'm working with what I got. I wanted to play D&D so bad, I decided to go solo. So that's a thing. Comment below what your favorite part of the stream was, if you had a favorite part, and if you honestly didn't enjoy it, comment that below too. I'm all for the constructive criticism. I'd like to know what I could do to make this a little bit better for you. I understand a little bit more people, a little bit more crowd work would be awesome. I feel like I've mentioned you guys enough times to really say, yeah, I did my best with the crowd work when it comes to chat. But yeah, head over to my TikTok, my Twitch, my YouTube. Consider following all of those if you're interested in that kind of content. We have multiple different YouTubes over on Orbs Vault. You can go to the description of any YouTube video or the channel itself, and you'll see every single link to every single piece of social media, and you'll be already in the central hub of me, or hi. So, hello. We're currently in the middle of a quest, but we'll get to that at another time. Happy Friday, everybody. I hope you have a great weekend. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you Monday, 4 p.m. Don't be late. Bye-bye.